What's up, y'all? We back up in this bag, girl. What's going on? Hey, Miss Lynn, I'm so glad you called me. I had came on a little earlier today because, I'm like, I know a lot of folks be at work and stuff, but I'm gonna come on a little earlier. That way it'll be probably a little bit easier for y'all to be able to catch me live. It's been so much going on, so you know how it go. You know how it goes. Y'all know I be nosy too, so my little nose be up in these streets sometimes too, y'all. But how is everybody doing this evening? As y'all see, we are gonna have a story time and laugh reaction videos going on this evening. I hope everybody enjoyed the lives earlier today, a few hours ago, a couple of hours ago. Hope everybody enjoyed that live. So we definitely gonna get it started in just a minute. I'm gonna give a few, maybe a couple more people to come in, and we can start with story time, y'all. Story time. It's a nice little testimony. I'm not sure if all of y'all have seen it or if I've shown it before, but I know I've watched it a couple of times, and it was very moving for me. So if some of you all have seen it, I mean it's fine. It's a really good testimony. So for it may be some ones that have not seen it because I have gained new subscribers. Thank God. Thank you all to all the new subscribers. Hey Tangela. Hello there, darling. How you been? It's good to see you. Yeah, it's been a lot going on, Miss Lynn, but that's okay. We gonna get back on track. You know, also it's always good to take a mental break from social media. You know what I mean, and give your real life more close attention. You know what I mean. Just pay more attention to what's going on within your surroundings. So I take a lot of mental breaks. A lot of mental breaks from social media because I know I get annoyed by a lot of stuff, and when I start to feel that type of way, I'm like, okay, it's enough of this. Let me turn this off. See, that's one thing about me. I know how to turn some things off. I will turn it off in a minute. You been down with the flu, Miss Tangela? Oh my God, I hope you feel better soon. It's definitely something going around because I know I didn't had this little slight little cold, little runny nose, little cough here and there. It tried to get to a little sore throat, but I caught all of that. So now I still have like the little coughing up cold a little bit. My son, he the same way. Definitely have been making sure my mom take her antibiotics because she cannot afford to be getting sick and going into no hospital, where there is probably even more doggone germs because a lot of people don't even wear their mask no more. Like seriously. They do not even wear their mask. But I've been started putting my mask back on. I'm like, mm-mm. So we gonna go ahead and get started, y'all. Let me go ahead and get a screen set up. Y'all know I really don't like to waste too much time with the small talk, so we're gonna get it started. Tangela says, I feel better. The cough lingers and these streets too messy. Child, I promise you. It's all good. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But hey, that all comes apart with social media though. Social media, that's social media for you. You can leave one platform to the next platform. You can leave one website to the next website, and that don't mean it's gonna be everywhere. It is everywhere. So I'm going to play this. For some reason, I think some of y'all may have seen it, but just to make sure, for the ones for new subscribers and stuff like that, it's a really nice story. So I'm going to play it, and we go from there. I will be down there in the chat with you all.
Like he's right here. I was able to look through the window and I knew he was gone. He was just flatline. I heard the doctor say, it's time. Call it. So bogged down into a deep place because I lost my son, lost my house, lost my job, lost my husband. Now I'm facing a charge, felony charge at that. And it's like, what do I do?
Meet a digital bank account built for businesses like yours. With American Express Business Checking.
Hey.
Hey.
So this is Catrice. I'm so excited to have you on today. I'm so grateful that you reached out to me to share your story. It is a big one. Okay. So let's start there. Let's preface. It's a
Yes.
big one. It's full of emotions and twists and turns. And um, of course, like I shared with you, the goal is never to play off of people's trauma or anything like that. But I do believe that you have a story that can help so many people. And so I'm so grateful that you reached out to me.
I'm grateful. I thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
It is a journey.
Yeah.
Yes. And my hopes with this is
Give me
to
one
be
second,
able to
y'all.
reach out
One
to other
second,
parents or
because I want to
other
switch this
kids,
from this other
because the situation is something that is
Okay. I wanted to share this tab instead.
just did 16-hour shift. My oldest son called. I instantly knew it was one of my boys. As soon as I picked the phone up, I couldn't even get hello out. He said, Dane been shot. I dropped everything. Actually blew my motor up in my car,
Mm.
trying to get to the scene. So as I walked to the back, she was like, he's right here. I was able to look through the window and I knew he was gone. He was just flatline. I heard the doctor say, it's time. Call it. So I'm bogged down into a deep place because I lost my son, lost my house, lost my job, lost my husband. Now I'm facing a charge, felony charge at that. And it's like, what do I do?
So this is Catrice. I'm so excited to have you on today. I'm so grateful that you reached out to me to share your story. It is a big one. Okay. So let's start there. Let's preface. It's a
Yes.
big one. It's full of emotions and twists and turns. And um, of course, like I shared with you, the goal is never to play off of people's trauma or anything like that. But I do believe that you have a story that can help so many people. And so I'm so grateful that you reached out to me.
I'm grateful. I thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
It is a journey.
Yeah.
Yes. And my hopes with this is to be able to reach out to other parents or other kids,
Yeah.
because the situation is something that is emotional.
Yeah.
It is a trauma,
Mm-hmm.
and so many people don't know how to deal with trauma.
No.
I'm one of them people. I have been that person.
Yeah.
Um, Dealing with trauma can be a sticky situation
Yeah.
for everybody, and especially when you don't know which direction to go in, or if you don't have a mentor or a leader or somebody that's able for you to pick up the phone and say, "Hey, I got this going on. I
Yeah.
have that going on," or childhood trauma,
Mm-hmm.
generational curses
Mm-hmm.
that we hold on to, and our parents didn't require counseling or
Mm-hmm.
anything. We just dealt with it.
Absolutely. And I think even in that, sometimes like you may have had people you can reach out to, but when your world crashes down, it's like everything goes up in flames, and you
Mhm.
can't see anything around you. You can't see that people are there to support you. Like everything is just covered in smoke.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, to the point of, you know, and speaking for myself,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm sure other people have experienced it, but I'm gonna speak for myself. When I did reach out,
Mm-hmm.
because of my past, or because I'm the strong person. I'm the strong person that holds the family together. I'm the person that everybody comes to talk to.
Yeah.
I'm the person that I'm gonna answer your questions no matter what I'm going through. So I'm the strong one. So when I do reach out, it's like, oh, okay, you'll be all right.
Yeah.
You know, um, or when I have said, hey, I need to talk, people are too busy.
Mm.
you know so that's when that cloud of smoke becomes your storm.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
within your storm, you begin to shut down. I did.
Yeah.
um Suicidal thoughts, suicidal attempts. It's just like you don't know, you know in my case.
Yeah. So your story started how many years ago?
Which one?
So you suddenly lost your son. How many years ago?
So 6 years ago.
6 years.
We can start there.
Okay.
um and I'm gonna tell you, I may just breathe a little,
Yeah.
because it is emotional,
Yeah.
and I haven't told this story,
Yeah.
especially to everybody.
Yeah.
Um, in 2018, I lost my 16-year-old son. His name was Damian Thompson Jr. Um, with gun violence. Um, in that instance, with all of that, when I got that phone call and I received a phone call, just getting off of work, just did 16-hour shift working. I had just laid down and I wasn't all the way asleep. I wasn't. I was like in a nod, but I was sleeping.
Mhm.
My oldest son called, and I instantly knew. I seen the number on my phone, so I instantly knew it was one of my boys. As soon as I picked the phone up, I couldn't even get hello out. And he said, Dane been shot. Everything.
Yeah.
Actually blew my motor up in my car trying to get to the scene. And I guess everybody in traffic felt me. The ambulance, before I could make it to the graveyard, I seen the ambulance coming out. I knew it was my son. I stopped immediately. The ambulance I came on by, got behind them, made it to the hospital. They was working on him coming out of the ambulance. So it's like, in that instant, my whole world flashed before my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to touch him. I just wanted to get to him. I just wanted for him to know that I was there. But he was already gone by the time he made it to the back.
So you get the phone call and you hear your son, and I'm sure that his voice is shaky, breaking, emotional, hysterical. That's his little brother, and what sibling wants to ever have to hear those words, and you're the mom trying to now be strong for your son, but also you are going through this traumatic experience. Tell us, what was going on in your mind at that time?
Pray. That's all I knew, was to pray.
Yeah.
Even in my midst of, I didn't even grab no shoes. Grab the keys and the kids screaming through the house. Y'all get up, let's go.
So everybody else is asleep at this point.
Everybody else is asleep. Get up. On the way to try to make it to the scene, I was praying, Lord, not my son. Let me get over there and it be somebody else. As bad as that sound, that's what was going through my head.
Yeah.
Lord, please, just let it be somebody else. Lord, not my son. If it is my son, Lord, cover him, protect him. Lord, give him one more chance. Give him another chance. Let him be okay. But God had other plans.
Was that hard for you to accept?
Yes. Very, very hard. Because I am the strong one. I'm the fighter. So, hearing those words, sitting in the lobby. Well, actually, one of the nurses, she seen how distraught I was. She said, nobody would let me to the back. They called the police, everything. I didn't worry about it.
They called the police on you?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I was trying to get to my son. I just wanted to touch him. I just wanted to be able to feel him so he can know that your mama is here, So one of the nurses, she said, come with me. She said, come with me. And I walked back. She said, just brace yourself. So as I walked to the back, she was like, he's right here. I was able to look through the window and I knew he was gone. He was just flatline. It was flatline. One of the nurses was still giving him compressions, but I heard the doctor say, it's time. Call it.
So you actually heard them say
He
that?
said, it's time. Call it. fainted.
Mm.
I could have bad. I could have real bad. So they walked me, security, everybody. I heard him say call it. So they walked me back to the back up front where my son and I instantly they was like, "What's going on? What's wrong? What's wrong?"
Yeah.
And they hadn't came out and told. Thank you. Hadn't came out and told the family yet.
So you, before they could even like come to try to tell you all, to try to console you, comfort you, you already saw it.
I had on our. They didn't know I was there until I yelled, "No, not my baby." So as I made it back to the front with his grandmother, my other kids, all of the family, he waited about 3 minutes. And he came, he said, "Where's the mother of Thompson?"
Mm.
And everybody was like, "She's right here, she's right here." And he says, "Nothing more that I can do. Your son is deceased."
Behold! Disney Plus, Hulu, and Max.
This is so cool.
My life changed completely.
Yeah. So you're there, your mom is there trying to comfort her baby.
My mom didn't know yet.
She didn't know yet.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
My mom didn't know yet.
But she's there for you. You have to be there for your other children. How many other children do you have?
I have 5 outside of him.
Okay.
I have 6 kids altogether.
Yeah. And so now you have to try to process your trauma, your grief, but they're also grieving. And this is also traumatic for them. Do you remember in that moment any of their responses, like how they felt, what they experienced?
Anger. My oldest son, he's 24 now. But at that time, he was angry.
Yeah.
He punched a hole in the wall
At the hospital?
at the hospital.
Okay.
I remember that my the older kids were at school, so I had the younger ones. The last 2, they was just crying. So I wound up falling out in the midst of it. They had to give me a shot. So I wound up, my blood pressure was through the roof.
Yeah.
So I remember them taking me to a room to administer the shot for me to calm down. They was like, "You're gonna kill yourself." And I can remember the detective. She was a lady. She came in, and she said, "We're gonna find out what happened." And I told her, like, "Hey, I need for you to do whatever you can do, so I don't have to do it."
Yeah.
So my grief, my pain turned to anger, rage, betrayal. Like, at the time of losing my son, I had changed my lifestyle. I was in the process. I was working. I wasn't into anything. I was coaching City League girls, 11 and 12-year-old girls. I was going to church. I was married. So in that instant, I forgot all about that.
Mhm.
It was like
In that moment, you were just Dame's mom.
I was a mom.
Mhm.
That's my son. That's my son, and I need for you to find out what happened.
Yeah.
I even told her, you're not gonna like my actions. So if you find out what happened,
Mhm.
you do your job. I don't need you talking to me. I need for you to go and do your job.
Mm.
So it was instantly anger.
Yeah. So you move from anger. What was the next like emotion that you remember experiencing?
Retaliation.
So at this point, who are you trying to retaliate against?
It was a lot behind it.
Yeah.
A lot behind his death.
Okay.
I'll never know the full story, the truth behind it.
Yeah.
And he was with friends.
He was
when
with his
he was
friends.
with his friends when this took place. So my instance was, y'all ain't telling the truth.
Check out the newest strength equipment at Planet Fitness.
Y'all covering up
Mhm.
because his body was moved from one place to another.
Mm.
So when the detectives is giving me all of this information, guns was hid in the backyard. So when I'm listening to all of this, I'm not taking this in a positive way.
Yeah.
I want revenge. I need that. Because of why? Like, why my son?
Yeah.
I completely forgot about everything else. My job, my character, my marriage. I forgot.
So what happened?
I went
next?
blank.
Yeah. What happened next?
After that, I went to jail.
Okay.
Maybe it was a week exactly after I buried my son.
Mm.
I went to jail.
Was that a part of that retaliation?
It was a part of that.
Okay.
It was a lot with the other family, friends. But broad daylight situation took place. And the chief of police told me, he said, you the mama of the situation, so you got to go down. So I went. I ain't fight it. I ain't proud of it. But I did. I went to jail for that situation. And right after I went to jail, I got separated. Me and my husband separated.
So in the moment where you felt like you kind of needed him the most,
He walked away.
okay. So you went to jail. Who has your kids during this time?
He did.
So he had your kids.
He had the kids.
Okay.
He got me out the same night. I didn't sit.
Okay.
So I came home.
Mm.
It still was estranged
Yeah.
because like he never seen that side of me.
Yeah.
Acting out. He would always seemed to calm me. But in that instant, he seen a whole other person. And it's true when people say you have different seasons, different reactions.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes a strong person to be there. It takes a strong person to stand by your side and be able to endure those bad times as well as the good.
Absolutely.
He couldn't endure.
Do you hold it against him?
I did.
Do you now?
I don't now.
Okay.
I don't know. I actually forgave him because in the first, my rage and stuff was aimed at him too,
Yeah.
because I felt like I was there for you through your most trying time.
Mm-hmm.
I was a woman, held you down. I was the wife, did everything. We had our issues, but we was good overall. But now that I'm going through,
Yeah.
you can't be my husband and stand on my side.
Mm.
You can't hold me down. Anytime my daughter got to come in the bathroom to get me out of the bathroom, because I've been in there overnight crying because I didn't want them to see me cry. But I forgave him because I told him, I said, hey, I don't care if you live or die. But I couldn't hold it.
Yeah. So you lose your son,
Mm-hmm.
then you lose your marriage. And you mentioned like you forgot about your job, you forget about your kids, like everything else goes out the window.
I actually, as we going through the separation,
Mm-hmm.
I go back to work.
Okay.
I'm a floor supervisor
Mm-hmm.
at the casino. But this night, I did not dealt. So I was on a roulette table. They actually forced me to go back to work. It's like you come back to work or you lose your job. And I was telling them like, hey, I said, I ain't ready.
Yeah.
Mentally, I'm not ready.
Yeah.
Well, you have to come back or this day or you're going to lose your job. So I was like, okay. I went back. On the roulette table, I wound up giving away $33,000.
Mm.
And they looked at me and was like, why you letting him place that bet? I said, I told you I wasn't ready. I said, I don't even remember him putting it out there.
Stuck at the DMV, and I think I'm late on my car insurance.
Good thing the General gives you a break.
At work
I get in trouble
for losing $33,000, but they made you come back immediately after your son was murdered.
Yeah.
While you're in the middle of going through a divorce, and you told them, hey, I'm not mentally prepared to come back to work. Or it doesn't matter. You have to come back anyway. But now you're in trouble for giving away too much money at the casino.
Yeah.
Okay.
And when they ran the tape back, because I told them, I was like, I don't remember him putting it out there. Because they was like, you act like you don't care. I said, well, I really don't. Because I told y'all I wasn't ready.
Yeah.
So when they rewind the tape back, my floor supervisor told me, he was like, you just standing there. I said, what did it look like I was doing? He said, you just look like you off in space. I said, well, I told you I wasn't ready. Y'all gave me an ultimatum.
Mm-hmm.
Come back or lose my job. He said, well, you came back and you still lost your job. I said, but I came back. What do you want me to do?
Mm-hmm. I mean, what were you supposed to do?
I tried. It wasn't intentional.
Yeah.
It just, my mind was not on counting chips.
And did they knew what was going on in your life?
Yes.
And they still tried to force you to come back to work anyway.
Some of them came to the funeral.
They came to the funeral.
Yes.
And then they made you come back to work.
Maybe come back to work.
And typically with casinos, you can't be off more than like 2-3
3
weeks.
days.
3 days?
Yes. 3 days. And then I had to write, I had to write a statement saying that I lost my son.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to close my mouth because 3 days?
3 days. 3 bereavement days.
Somebody need to fix that, okay? Pause
3
for the cause.
bereavement days.
These jobs need to get it together. These jobs. There's no way that you can tell me that a job should be okay with giving somebody 3 bereavement days after a family member is brutally murdered.
3 days. And then I had to write the letter and bring the obituary because I hadn't had his death certificate yet.
You don't even have a death certificate yet.
Nope.
So at this point, you have lost your son,
Mhm.
you have lost your job, you have lost your husband,
Mhm.
and you still have to continue to try to be a mom to the rest of your kids.
I don't know that. Lost the house.
You lost your house because you
Yeah.
lost your job.
Yeah.
You can't keep paying for
Mhm.
something.
Yeah.
So you become homeless
Became homeless.
with your
I
other 5
actually
children.
I became homeless. In the midst of going through this divorce.
Yeah.
It was ugly at first. So I wound up moving out of the house that we had. I took my last check and I went on 28th Street.
Mhm.
The lady had apartments out there that she would just pay straight rent. So I told her, like, hey, I need somewhere for me and my kids. I paid her $1,400 to move in. But mind you now, I still gotta transfer my lights.
Mhm.
Remember in the beginning I told you I blew the motor up in my car.
Mhm.
So I wound up having to take some of that money and going to get a car, tag, and insurance.
Mhm.
So what I do now
Yeah.
with no job. I didn't, and if you looked at me, you would have never known. Cause I didn't let it be known.
Yeah.
But I had started drinking heavy. That was my go-to.
Yeah.
Drinking.
They say seeing is believing, but with Stearns and Foster.
All stuff going on.
Mhm.
And I looked at my kids. And I was like, man, I got girls.
Yeah.
I don't need them to see me break down. I got another son. I don't need him to see me break down. And I'm trying to get a hold of my oldest son. I'm study preaching to him. He like, Mama, what you want me to do? That's all I know. But I can't reach him because I haven't even reached myself.
Mm.
So it's like I'm fighting a battle. I get so bogged down into a deep place because I lost my son, lost my house, lost my job, lost my husband. Now I'm facing a charge, felony charge at that. And it's like, what do I do? My brother Frank wound up calling me,
Not knowing.
not knowing.
Did you tell him?
I was on my 3rd pill. He still didn't know. He'll know after this, but
Yeah.
he didn't know. He still didn't know. I never talked about it.
He saved your life though.
He saved my life.
I think sometimes we forget that, like if God puts somebody in our heart, just that text message, that phone call, just reaching out could make a huge difference.
A big difference.
Yeah.
A huge, huge difference.
So at this point, you are still grieving.
Still.
You are trying to be a mom, but feeling like your kids would be better without you because you're grasping at straws.
they'll have the money. They wouldn't, you know, they wouldn't be hurt. Even though I made sure, even through all of this,
Mhm.
I still put an umbrella over my kids
Yeah.
through all of it, throughout the whole process. Even us being homeless, I put an umbrella over them.
Yeah.
Um, I still, after I couldn't afford the 1,400, Mr. Lee got houses. Anybody can go to him. That was my last straw. He moved me into a rat infested house. And my kids was like, Mom, everybody piled up in one room. And I'm still just little ins and out home healthcare jobs, not paying much. I'm still trying to stand on my feet.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to fight through it.
Mm-hmm.
Not getting any sleep, up all times of the day and night because I don't want to get a phone call.
About your other son.
Yes. It was just a fear. If I go to sleep, I'm going to get a phone call.
Mhm.
That's the trauma. So after the last house that we was in, I broke down. My cousin, love her dearly. She wound up calling me, and we was talking. She not knowing what I'm going through. I just broke down. I was like, I'm trying. She was like, just move up here. I wound up moving with her for 3 weeks. When I pulled in her driveway, my car cut off.
Mm. And this is a car you just bought.
Yeah, because it's on E.
Okay.
I didn't have a dime to my name. I had enough gas to make it directly to her house. Not a step further.
I'm sure you didn't want to live in a rat infested house. Then kids are doing what they do because they don't understand finances and how things work and how much stuff costs. And they are complaining to you about what you were able to provide.
Mhm.
And I'm sure all of that is compounding on top of each other, not helping the fact that you already feel like they would be better without you.
Right. In that instance, I have to give it to my kids, even
Yeah.
at a young age. I think they noticed, but they will have the time of their life.
Yeah.
Even, just the other day they was going back over memories. They didn't really complain.
Yeah.
Like I said, I sheltered them. I
Yeah.
put an umbrella over them during this storm, so they didn't really feel it.
Mm-hmm.
But I did slack up.
Mm-hmm.
I became more of a friend, sister,
Mm,
than the stern mom that they grew up with.
yeah.
Because I was reserved. I didn't want to cause them no harm.
Mm,
It wasn't no more whippings, no more timeouts. I would yell, but as far as me chastising them,
yeah.
I immediately stopped. It was my focus was no harm, and
Because of what
because of
happened.
me losing a child.
Yeah.
So going through that, um, I had to revamp myself.
Yeah.
Um, Doing it by yourself is hard.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard, especially when you don't know which way to turn, which way to go. Not to mention, like, I was mad with God
Yeah.
because I told you, like, I was in church.
I mean, who wouldn't be?
I was like, I'm tired and I ain't in the streets no more. I'm not doing what I used to do.
Mm-hmm.
Why my son in my head,
Yeah.
you know? Um, throughout this ordeal, um, my smaller kids, they endured.
Mm-hmm.
Um, they started going through the motions. Like I said, they were still happy. Um, but one of my daughters started fighting. And when my cousin, she called and was talking to me, I broke down to her. And I was like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. She said, cousin, look, come up here with me to Hattiesburg. And I was like, I don't know if I can make it. So let me go back a little bit. In this rat infested house, I wound up packing all my stuff up in the storage because I told him, like, I'm not finna do this. So he wound up evicting me. We're homeless again. Right? So when my cousin called, I was actually in my car. She didn't know. Nobody knew. Me and the kids. I told them we was gonna go on after I had enough money to put my stuff in the storage. I rented a U-Haul, put the stuff in the storage, and I got enough to give them something to eat. So when she called, she told me to come to Hattiesburg with her. I didn't know how I was gonna get there. I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it. I was like, just send me your address. And on the car, it showed like how many miles I had.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, well, I ain't got no money. She was like, just come on. I said, I'm gonna try to make it as far as I can. But on the grace of God, I made
Yeah.
it to her yard.
So at this point, did you didn't feel like you could ask your mom, your siblings, nobody for
Nobody.
help?
Nobody. I'm the strong one.
Mm-hmm. So was it just that you didn't want to ask for help?
It was more of my pride.
Okay.
My pride. Because look where I just came from.
Yeah.
You know? Supervisor at the casino, 2 cars, marriage. I'm the one people come to.
Yeah.
So how do you deal with that? How do you go about it?
Mm-hmm.
How do you go from that to asking
Mm-hmm.
for help?
So you said you were mad at God,
I was.
and you are now 6 years later just getting back to a point where you feel healthier
Yes.
and you are like back going to church, doing those things. What do you think was the turning point, or like the moment where you started to feel normal again, or to not be upset with God?
Honestly, 2 months ago.
Okay.
When I moved to Hattiesburg 6 years ago, um, I knew. I sat in my car. Like I said, I never wanted my kids to see me break down. I broke down. I grabbed myself mentally and I placed my son in jail because you can't see them, but you can talk to them. You might not be able to talk to them because they on lockdown.
Mm-hmm.
So
But you felt like he was safer there.
coping mechanism,
Mm-hmm.
I placed him in jail.
Okay.
In my mind, I only take him out on our birthday because we had the same birthday. But for now, I need to step up and be a mother. I need to make sure the kids are straight. I need to make sure they are mentally good.
Mm-hmm.
So in this instant, got a job at the chicken plant. Worked there for 3 weeks. Me and my cousin had an altercation because it's a house full of people.
Yeah.
I got 4 small kids. She got kids. Her mom. It's a house full of people. Everybody have different things going on, you know. So we wind up getting kicked out again. But this time, like I was like, okay, while I'm working, I'm gonna be safe. I was already looking for an apartment in the area. Um, I wound up having to wait 30 days. A friend guy that I met along the way, um, his mom was out of town at her daughter's house. And this lady had never seen me, spoke to me or nothing. She allowed me and my kids to live in her apartment for 30 days until my apartment got ready. In the midst of me picking myself back up, I worked at McDonald's. I walked when my brother had to get his car back. That he loan me. Cause all through all of this now I lost the car because I couldn't pay the note. So it's like I'm falling, keep falling, bumping my head. When my brother got his car back, I started walking. I said, I ain't gonna stop. I already wasn't sleeping. I might as well work 2 jobs. So in the midst of me doing that, I started gradually gathering myself.
Yeah.
My kids started doing better. I started doing better outside.
Mm-hmm.
On the inside, I was a mess. But in order for me to push forward, my son was in jail and I have the other kids. I can't break down. I can't lose myself.
Yeah.
I have to keep going.
So at what point did you start feeling somewhat normal again?
2 months ago.
So it was just that 2-month period.
2 months ago.
So 6 years have
6
gone by.
years.
Like a
I
whirlwind. Yeah.
partied, drinking, hanging out. Drinking was my go-to.
Yeah.
I'm going to drink. I'm going to go to work. I'm going to make sure I don't fall.
Mhm.
I'll make sure I don't go back to that. I'm going to work. Make sure the kids are good. But I'm going to hang out. I'm
Yeah.
going to party. I'm going to drink. Don Julio was my best friend. I just sit in my car and drink.
Have you gotten to a place where you feel like you don't need that as a coping mechanism?
I haven't had a drink in 2 months.
Okay.
Do you know Hobby Lobby has hundreds of incredible...
I'm proud of you.
Thank you. I haven't had a drink in 2 months.
Yeah.
Don't even have the urge for it.
Yeah.
I can honestly say I'm my best self right now. And I'm getting better every day.
Mm-hmm.
But I had to learn that. And turning a leaf, it ain't easy.
Yeah.
Because people see you for the person that you've always been.
Absolutely.
So when you start doing a change to evolve, to be better, to grow, it's like that image from your past sticking with you. But I always tell people my past don't define me. That's what made me who I am. Losing my child, losing my son, and dealing with grief it's hard.
Yeah.
Everybody deal with it differently because it's different circumstances for different people. But when your son or your child, your daughter is taken from you, it's a different feeling.
Yeah.
Nobody knows like what you're going through at that moment. Nobody's able to tell you, hey, wrap this up. You're going to be all right. You could say I'm going to be all right. But at that time, I don't know I'm going to be all right. I don't know. I've never lost a child before. So I had to realize and wake up because God had been tugging on me. He'd been pulling. I just made a post about that yesterday, day before yesterday. He'd been pulling and tugging on me for a long time.
Yeah.
Like, wake up. I'm talking to you. You have a story. I need you to tell it. I didn't listen. I haven't listened.
I'm so glad that you listened, that you came on, that you shared your story with us today. It was, I know, an emotional thing for you to do. But again, I do believe it's going to help so many people in the process just to begin their healing journey. So as we close out, I think I want to pray for parents who have lost their children.
Before we close,
Yeah,
I do want to say, for the parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, siblings that are dealing with loss, talk to someone.
Yeah.
Don't bottle it in. Because when you do that, you shut down. You block everybody off. You don't know how to deal with yourself. So in that instance, in dealing with grief, even if you have to get a counselor, because I got a counselor to help me through. And then I went back to God and apologized for being angry, asked him for forgiveness. So dealing with grief is hard for everybody. But the most encouraging thing that I can tell you is pray and reach out.
Yeah.
Talk to someone. Talk to God. But always keep an open communication.
Absolutely. I agree. That was beautiful. So let's pray. Father, I thank you so much for Catrice. I pray that you would continue to bless the works of her hands, Father, that you see all that she is trying to do and how she's trying to help people. And I pray that you would open doors for her that no man can shut. I pray that you would continue to heal her children, heal their hearts, and bring them closer together on one accord for the purposes and the plans that you have created for them. Father, I thank you that nothing is wasted, that nothing is in vain. And I pray for all parents who have lost a child, especially due to violence of any sort. I pray that you would heal them, that you would go into the faculties of their mind and you would begin to restructure and to reprogram that trauma, that you would show them your grace and your goodness and your mercy, even in the midst of the situation. I pray that you would help them to remember all of the good memories, the good thoughts that you have towards them, towards their children. I pray that you would heal them as only you can. And I thank you. I thank you for what you will continue to do in all of their lives. And it is in the mighty name of Jesus Christ that we do pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank
Okay, y'all. So I believe she really sent the very strong. Uh-oh, this stuff is still on. Let me see. That scared me. Hold on, y'all. Okay. It's absolutely y'all, like she has really have gave a lot of encouragement to a lot of angel moms. It's a lot of angel moms that be in these chats, and people that still going through the grieving process, with their children, and their families. So it's like, man, we really don't have too much time to be sitting up here wasting with a lot of negativity. It's people out here that's really going through it, and they struggle. I mean, they may not struggle every day, but at some point, trust and believe, being an angel mom, I mean, not sometimes not a moment go past, and definitely not a day. Like seriously, that you will have that thought or a memory or anything that comes to mind. I want to extend a prayer out to everyone, that's an angel mom or maybe an angel mom in the chat. Yes, the struggle is real. Man, yes. You have mothers, they suffer daily. They do. You may not realize it, or you may not notice it from the outside looking in, but those nights when you alone and you by yourself, sometimes those nights, they can just come up out of the blue. Like you can just it's a lot. But I definitely keep the angel moms in prayer. And hopefully one day we can get a movement started, Miss Tangela. We need to get a movement or some type of organization started or whatever. Me and you did have a couple of conversations about it a few months back. That would be nice. That would definitely be nice to have, because we need those. We definitely need those support groups and stuff like that. We need more support groups, so that way we can let others know that you're not by yourself. Like we can be able to share our stories and create an outlet for other mothers, or other fathers, other parents, not just limited to mothers but other parents, because you still have single fathers out here as well. But yes, we would definitely be trying to work towards that sometime near in the future. But Tangela, please don't forget, boo. Like at the end of the day, we could still be like trying to draft up a few things, and just bring a few ideas together, and at some point, something positive will come up out of it, and it'll help with the grievance of us as well. I believe that that's really a good idea, and it'll be helpful to the community at the same time. So y'all, we gonna get right on to the next segment. Okay, this segment is about a young boy. He went to school and he seen another like a classmate, I believe, but he seen another student that looked exactly like him, and he really felt like this young man was his twin. So we're going to find out if this young man actually did have a twin. And if so, was the mother aware of this? And what happened? So let me go ahead and share my screen. Let's get into the other part of this live. Give me 1 second, y'all. And thank you everyone that's still here that has stopped by, hit the like button, or has shared the live. I really appreciate you. Y'all already know it wouldn't even matter because no matter if anyone was here, if it was one or two people here, I'm still, once I get started with my content, that's just what it's about. Because at the end of the day, people still review and, they replay everything. So, um, I cannot stop with my content, regardless of how many may be up in the chat. I have to continue on. But I really appreciate you all for the ones that is in the chat and the ones that had came by, hit the like button, who has shared the live, who has been engaging and everything. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Okay, y'all, let's get started. So y'all see the title. It said, boy claims he found his twin at school. Mom got the shock of her life. So let's see how this story turned out, y'all, because I did not even watch it. So I probably will have the same reaction as y'all. Let's get started.
Was this just a simple coincidence, or a darker family secret waiting to come out? Before we get into the story, comment below where in the world you are watching from today. And if you like this story, don't forget to subscribe. Sarah hummed softly as she folded laundry in the living room of their modest new home. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow on the freshly painted walls. She paused for a moment, looking around with a contented smile. It wasn't much, but it was theirs, and it represented a fresh start in the big town for their little family. The sound of the front door bursting open startled her from her thoughts. Eden rushed in, his backpack bouncing wildly as he ran towards her. "Mom! Mom!" he shouted, his eyes wide with excitement. "You won't believe what happened at..."
A wider smile brightens more than just your teeth. Colgate Optic White's unique
at school today. Sarah set down the shirt she was folding and turned to face her son. "What is it, sweetie?" she asked, her voice warm with affection. Eden's words tumbled out in a rush. "I met a boy named Mike, and he looks just like me. We must be twins." Sarah chuckled, shaking her head slightly. "Oh, Eden," she said gently. "I'm sure you two just look similar. It happens sometimes." But Eden wasn't deterred. He grabbed her hand, his small fingers wrapping around hers urgently. "No, Mom, you don't understand. He has my eyes, the exact same color and shape, and his nose is just like mine too." Sarah patted his hand, her smile indulgent. "Honey, lots of people have similar features. It doesn't mean you're twins." Eden's face fell slightly, but he pressed on. "But Mom, it's not just that. We're the same height and our hair is the same color. Even our voices sound alike." Sarah sighed, realizing Eden wasn't going to let this go easily. She knelt down to his level, looking into his earnest face. "Eden, sweetie, I know it's exciting to meet someone who looks like you, but I promise you're not twins. I would know if I had twins." Eden's brow furrowed. "But what if we got separated at birth, like in those movies?" Sarah laughed softly. "Life isn't like the movies, honey. Those things don't happen in real life." "But Mom?" "No buts," Sarah said firmly but kindly. "I'm sure Mike is a lovely boy, and it's wonderful that you've made a new friend. But you're not twins. You're our special boy, and there's only one of you." Eden's shoulders slumped, the excitement draining from his face. "You don't believe me," he said quietly. Sarah's heart ached at the disappointment in his voice. She reached out to smooth his hair. "It's not that I don't believe you, sweetie. I believe that you and Mike look very similar. But sometimes our imaginations can run away with us, especially when we're excited about something." Eden stepped back, his lower lip trembling slightly. "It's not my imagination," he insisted. "You'll see when you meet him." Sarah stood up, her knees creaking slightly. "I'm sure I will, honey, and I'm looking forward to meeting your new friend. Now, why don't you go wash up? Dinner will be ready soon. Eden nodded silently, his earlier enthusiasm completely gone. He trudged towards his room, his feet dragging on the carpet. Sarah watched him go, a small frown creasing her forehead. She hated to see him so disappointed, but she knew it was important to keep his flights of fancy in check. Still, a tiny part of her wondered at the intensity of his belief. She shook her head, dismissing the thought. Eden had always had a vivid imagination. This was just another example of it. As Eden disappeared into his room, Sarah turned back to the laundry, her mind already moving on to the tasks that still needed to be done before George, her husband, got home from work. She'd talk to Eden again later, she decided. Maybe they could look at some pictures of lookalikes online to show him how common it was for unrelated people to resemble each other. With a small sigh, she picked up another shirt to fold, pushing thoughts of Eden's twin to the back of her mind. There was still so much to do in their new home, and she was determined to make it as welcoming as possible for her family. After all, this move was a new chapter for all of them, and she wanted it to be perfect. Later that night, the aroma of roasted chicken and vegetables filled the cozy dining room as Sarah set the last dish on the table. George had just arrived home from work, his tie loosened and sleeves rolled up. Eden bounced in his seat, eager to share his day with his father. "How was work, honey?" Sarah asked, passing George the bowl of mashed potatoes.
Rasmussen has a really good online platform. When you go to
George smiled tiredly. "Oh, same old paperwork, nothing exciting." He turned to Eden. "How about you, champ? Anything interesting happen at school today?" Eden's eyes lit up. "Dad, you won't believe it. I met my twin." George paused, his fork halfway to his mouth. "Your twin?" Sarah chuckled, shaking her head. "Oh, Eden's been going on about this all afternoon. He met a boy at school who looks like him." Eden nodded vigorously. "His name is Mike, Dad, and he looks exactly like me. We have the same eyes, the same nose, even our voices sound alike." George's brow furrowed. "Is that so?" he said, his voice oddly strained. Sarah noticed the change in George's tone and gave him a curious look. She had expected him to laugh it off, maybe make a joke about Eden's imagination running wild. But instead, George seemed nervous. "Yeah, it's true," Eden continued, oblivious to the tension. "Mom doesn't believe me, but when you see him, you'll know." George set down his fork, his face pale. "Now, Eden," he said, his voice shaky. "There's no way you could have a twin. Your mother and I would know if that were the case." Sarah watched George closely, a strange feeling settling in her stomach. Why was he acting so strange about this? "But Dad," Eden started to protest. "No buts." George cut him off, his voice louder now. "It's just not possible. You probably just met a boy who looks similar to you. It happens sometimes." Eden's shoulders slumped, disappointment clear on his face. "You don't believe me either," he mumbled. Sarah reached out to pat Eden's hand. "We believe that you met someone who looks like you, sweetie. It's just that the idea of secret twins is more something from movies than real life." George nodded quickly, seeming eager to end the conversation. "That's right. Now why don't you tell us about what you learned in class today? Anything new in math?" As Eden reluctantly began talking about his math lesson, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. She kept glancing at George, noting how he avoided her gaze, focusing intently on his plate. His hands shook slightly as he cut his chicken. What was he hiding? Sarah wondered. She'd known George for years, and she could tell when something was bothering him. This wasn't just him being tired from work or stressed about a project. No, this was different. He was hiding something, and it had to do with Eden's twin. But why? What could possibly make George so nervous about a child who looked like Eden? Sarah's mind raced with possibilities, each more unlikely than the last. She pushed them aside, telling herself she was being silly. There had to be a logical explanation for George's behavior. As dinner wound down, Sarah found herself lost in thought, barely tasting the food on her plate. She mechanically cleared the table and loaded the dishwasher, all while keeping an eye on George. He seemed to relax as the evening went on, but there was still a tension in his shoulders that hadn't been there before. When it was time for bed, Sarah kissed Eden goodnight, promising him they'd talk more about his new friend tomorrow. As she crawled into bed beside George, she considered bringing up his strange reaction at dinner, but something held her back. Maybe it was the fear of what his answer might be, or maybe it was the hope that if she gave him time, he'd tell her on his own. So instead, she turned off the light and whispered, "Good night, honey," into the darkness. George's reply was soft and distracted, and Sarah lay awake long after his breathing had evened out into sleep, her mind swirling with unanswered questions. The next day at school, Eden could hardly contain his excitement. He bounced on his toes as he waited for recess, eager to find Mike and talk more about their uncanny resemblance. When the bell finally rang, he dashed out to the playground, his eyes scanning the crowd of kids for his look-alike. "Eden, over here!" Mike's voice called out from near the swing set. Eden grinned and ran over, plopping down on the swing next to Mike. "Hey, I told my parents about you last night," he said breathlessly. Mike's eyes widened. "Really? What did they say?" Eden's smile faltered a bit. They didn't believe me. My mom thought I was just making it up, and my dad got all weird about it." Mike nodded, his face falling. "Yeah, same here. My mom just laughed and said I must have made a new friend who looks a little like me." The two boys sat quietly for a moment, swinging gently back.
Only one of these diapers is baby-proof. Pampers.
Then Eden perked up. "Wait, I have an idea." "What is it?" Mike asked, leaning in closer. "Remember how Ms. Johnson said we're having class photos tomorrow?" Eden's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mike nodded slowly, not quite following. "Yeah, so?" "So," Eden explained, "what if we stand next to each other in the photo? Then when our parents see it, they won't be able to deny how much we look alike." Mike's face lit up. "That's brilliant. There's no way they can say we're making it up if they see us side by side in a picture." The boys spent the rest of recess planning how they would make sure to be next to each other for the photo. They decided to ask Ms. Johnson if they could stand together, figuring she wouldn't mind as long as they were polite about it. As the bell rang to signal the end of recess, Eden and Mike shared a determined look. "Promise you won't forget?" Eden asked. Mike nodded solemnly. "I promise. Tomorrow we'll get proof that we're twins." Eden grinned and held out his hand. "Pinky swear?" Mike laughed and linked his pinky with Eden's. "Pinky swear." As they walked back to class, both boys felt a surge of hope. Soon, they thought, their parents would have to believe them. Soon, they'd have answers about why they looked so much alike. The rest of the school day seemed to drag on forever, but finally the last bell rang. Eden gathered his things and headed out, a spring in his step and a smile on his face. He couldn't wait for tomorrow's class photo. It would change everything, he was sure of it. The next morning, Eden woke up with a burst of energy. He jumped out of bed, got dressed in record time, and raced downstairs for breakfast. His mom, Sarah, looked at him with surprise. "Well, someone's excited for school today," she said, smiling as she placed a bowl of cereal in front of him. Eden nodded eagerly. "It's class photo day," he exclaimed between bites. Sarah chuckled. "I see. Make sure you smile big for the camera, okay?" "I will, Mom," Eden promised, his mind already racing ahead to his plan with Mike. At school, the excitement was palpable. Kids chattered about what they were wearing and how they'd style their hair. But Eden only had eyes for Mike. He found his look-alike near their classroom, fidgeting with his shirt collar. "Ready?" Eden asked, grinning. Mike nodded, a mix of nerves and excitement on his face. "Let's do this." When it was time for their class to take their photo, Eden and Mike made their way to Ms. Johnson. Eden spoke up first, his voice polite but determined. Ms. Johnson, can Mike and I stand next to each other for the photo? Their teacher looked surprised but smiled warmly. Of course, boys, that's fine with me. As the class lined up, Eden and Mike positioned themselves side by side. They stood up straight, their shoulders almost touching. Eden could feel his heart pounding with anticipation. The photographer, a friendly man with a bushy mustache, peered through his camera lens. He paused, looking at Eden and Mike with a curious expression. "Well, would you look at that?" he muttered, shaking his head in amazement. Eden and Mike exchanged a quick glance, trying to hold back their grins. "All right, everyone," the photographer called out. "Big smiles now. 3, 2, 1. The camera flashed, capturing the moment Eden and Mike had been waiting for. As soon as the photographer gave them the all clear, the two boys high-fived each other, their eyes shining with excitement. "We did it," Mike whispered. Eden nodded, feeling a mix of relief and anticipation. "Now, we just have to wait for the pictures." The rest of the morning seemed to crawl by. Eden found it hard to focus on his lessons, his mind constantly wandering to the class photo. He kept sneaking glances at Mike, who looked just as distracted. Finally, recess arrived. As soon as they were outside, Eden and Mike huddled together near the fence. "Do you think they'll give us the pictures today?" Mike asked anxiously. Eden shrugged. "I hope so. My mom said sometimes they develop them really fast." As if on cue, Ms. Johnson appeared in the playground holding a stack of envelopes. "Class photos are ready," she called out. Eden and Mike raced over, their hearts pounding. They each took their envelope with trembling hands. "On 3, Eden suggested. Mike nodded. 1, 2, 3. They tore open their envelopes and pulled out the glossy photos. There, in the center of the second row, stood Eden and Mike side by side. The resemblance was undeniable.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate.
Same messy brown hair, same green eyes, same dimpled smile. Eden felt a lump in his throat. "Wow," he whispered. Mike nodded, his eyes wide. "They can't say we're making it up now." The boys shared another high five, this one filled with a sense of triumph. They had done it. They had taken control of their situation, just like they planned. As the final bell rang, signaling the end of the school day, Eden carefully tucked the photo into his backpack. He said goodbye to Mike, both of them buzzing with excitement about showing their parents the evidence. Eden walked home, his steps light and quick. He couldn't wait to see his mom's face when he showed her the picture. Maybe now she would believe him. Maybe now they could start getting some answers. Upon reaching home, Eden burst through the front door, his backpack bouncing against his back as he raced into the living room. "Mom! Mom!" he called out, excitement bubbling in his voice. Sarah appeared from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a dish towel. "What's got you so worked up, sweetie?" she asked, a gentle smile on her face. Eden fumbled with his backpack, his fingers trembling as he unzipped it. "I've got something to show you," he said, pulling out the class photo. He thrust it towards his mother, his eyes wide with anticipation. "Look!" Sarah took the photo, her brow furrowing as she studied it. Eden pointed to the center of the second row, where he and Mike stood side by side. "See? That's me and Mike. We look just like each other." Sarah's eyes widened as she took in the image. The resemblance was striking. The same tousled brown hair, the same bright green eyes, even the same dimpled smile. It was as if someone had taken 2 copies of Eden and placed them next to each other in the photo. "Oh my," Sarah breathed, her hand coming up to cover her mouth. She looked from the photo to Eden and back again, her mind racing. Eden bounced on his toes, unable to contain his excitement. "I told you, Mom! We could be brothers, maybe even twins!" Sarah sank onto the couch, still staring at the photo. The resemblance was undeniable, and for the first time she began to wonder if there might be some truth to Eden's claims. Could it be possible? But how? "Eden, honey," she said slowly. This is quite something. I have to admit, you two do look very much alike. Eden's face lit up. So you believe me now? Sarah hesitated, not wanting to jump to conclusions, but also not wanting to dismiss her son's feelings. I believe that there's definitely a strong resemblance, she said carefully, but I don't know what it means yet. We need more information. Eden nodded eagerly. Can we talk to Mike's mom? Maybe she knows something? Sarah considered this for a moment. It was a reasonable suggestion, and she had to admit she was curious herself. You know what? That's not a bad idea. I think I'll give her a call. She stood up and went to the kitchen, picking up the phone. She dialed the school's number, her heart beating a little faster as she waited for someone to answer. Hello, Maple Grove Elementary, came the receptionist's cheery voice. Hi, this is Sarah Elliott, Eden's mother, Sarah said. I was wondering if I could speak to Eden's teacher, Ms. Johnson. After a brief hold, Ms. Johnson came on the line. Sarah explained the situation, trying to keep her voice calm despite her growing curiosity. Oh yes, Ms. Johnson said. I noticed the resemblance between Eden and Mike myself. It's quite remarkable. Would it be possible for you to give me Mike's mother's contact information? Sarah asked. I'd like to reach out to her about this. Ms. Johnson agreed, and soon Sarah was jotting down Clara Parker's phone number on a notepad. She thanked the teacher and hung up, staring at the number for a long moment. Eden appeared at her side, his eyes hopeful. Did you get it? Are you going to call her? Sarah nodded, feeling a mix of nervousness and determination. Yes, I got the number. I'll give Mike's mom a call and see if we can figure this out together. Sarah took a deep breath, her fingers hovering over the phone's keypad. She glanced at Eden, who was watching her with wide, expectant eyes. Here goes, she murmured, dialing Clara's number. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times. Sarah's heart raced with each ring. Just as she thought it might go to voicemail, a woman's voice answered. Hello? Hi, is this Clara Parker? Sarah asked, her voice slightly shaky. Yes, it is. Who's calling? Sarah swallowed hard. My name is Sarah Elliott. I'm Eden's mom. Eden is in the same class as your son, Mike. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Oh yes, Eden. Mike's been talking about him a lot lately. Sarah nodded, even though Clara couldn't see her. That's actually why I'm calling. Eden showed me the class photo today, and, well, I couldn't help but notice how much our boys look alike. Clara's voice softened. I know. Mike showed me the picture too. It's uncanny, isn't it? It really is, Sarah agreed. She took another deep breath. I was wondering if maybe we could meet up somewhere to talk about this. I know it might seem strange, but I can't shake the feeling that there's something more to this than just a coincidence. Clara was quiet for a moment, and Sarah worried she might have overstepped. But then Clara spoke, her voice tinged with curiosity and a hint of nervousness. You know what? I think that's a good idea. I've been wondering about it myself. Sarah felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank you, Clara. I appreciate your willingness to meet. Is there a coffee shop or somewhere you'd feel comfortable getting together? There's a little place called the Cozy Cup on Main Street, Clara suggested. It's quiet and they have great coffee. How about tomorrow afternoon, say around 3? That sounds perfect, Sarah said, jotting down the details on her notepad. I'll see you there. As she hung up the phone, Sarah noticed Eden bouncing on his toes. Well? He asked eagerly. Sarah smiled at her son. I'm going to meet Mike's mom tomorrow. We're going to talk about you two and try to figure out what's going on. Eden's face lit up. Really? Can I come too? Sarah shook her head gently. Not this time, sweetie. We grown-ups need to talk first. But I promise I'll tell you everything after, okay? Eden nodded, looking a little disappointed but still excited. Okay, Mom. As Eden scampered off to his room, Sarah's mind turned to George. She remembered his nervous reaction when Eden first mentioned Mike at dinner. The way he'd quickly changed the subject, his unease. It made her wonder if he knew something he wasn't telling her. For a moment, she considered calling George at work to tell him about the meeting with Clara, but something held her back. If he did know something, he'd had plenty of opportunities to tell her. Why hadn't he? No, Sarah decided. She wouldn't tell George about the meeting, at least not yet. She needed to talk to Clara first, to see if there was really anything to this strange situation. Only then would she confront George with whatever she discovered. As she started preparing dinner, Sarah's mind whirled with questions. What would she learn from Clara tomorrow? Could Eden and Mike really be related somehow? And if they were, how was that possible? She glanced at the clock. Less than 24 hours until her meeting with Clara. Sarah had a feeling that tomorrow might change everything. Next day, Sarah arrived at the Cozy Cup 15 minutes early, her nerves on edge. She chose a quiet corner table and ordered a latte, fidgeting with the photo of Eden she'd brought along. As she waited, her eyes darted to the door each time it opened. Finally, a woman with kind eyes and curly brown hair walked in, looking around uncertainly. Sarah stood up and waved, catching her attention. "Clara?" she asked as the woman approached. Clara nodded, a nervous smile on her face. "Sarah? It's nice to meet you." They shook hands and Clara sat down across from Sarah. A waiter came by and Clara ordered a cappuccino. "Thank you for agreeing to meet," Sarah said, her voice soft. "I know this is unusual." Clara nodded. "It is, but I'm glad you called. Mike hasn't stopped talking about Eden since they met." Sarah took a deep breath and placed Eden's photo on the table. "This is my son, Eden." Clara's eyes widened as she looked at the picture. Her hand trembled slightly as she reached into her purse and pulled out a photo of her own. She placed it next to Eden's. Sarah gasped. The resemblance was uncanny. The boys could have been mirror images of each other. "Oh my goodness," Sarah whispered, her hand covering her mouth. Clara nodded, her face pale. I didn't want to believe it at first. When Mike came home talking about his twin at school, I thought he was just being imaginative. But now..." Sarah looked up at Clara, her eyes filled with confusion and a hint of fear. "How is this possible? I don't understand." Clara took a sip of her cappuccino, her hands shaking slightly. "Sarah, there's something I need to tell you. Mike, he's adopted." Sarah's eyes widened. "Adopted?" Clara nodded. "I adopted him when he was just a baby. I don't know much about his birth parents or where he came from. The adoption agency didn't have a lot of information." Sarah sat back in her chair, her mind reeling. She looked at the photos again, then back at Clara. I need to tell you something too. When Eden was born, it was a difficult delivery. I fainted during labor and I don't remember much of what happened." Clara leaned forward, listening intently. Sarah continued, her voice barely above a whisper. "When I woke up, George..."
Hi, this is Patayo, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A grill
was holding the baby. He told me everything was fine, that we had a beautiful son. I never questioned it. "And now?" Clara asked gently. Sarah shook her head. "Now I don't know what to think. When Eden first mentioned Mike, George acted strange. He got nervous and changed the subject quickly. I've never seen him like that before." Clara reached out and placed her hand on Sarah's. "This must be so confusing for you." Sarah nodded, feeling tears prick at her eyes. I need to know the truth, for Eden's sake, and for Mike's too." Clara squeezed Sarah's hand. "We'll figure this out together. I want answers just as much as you do." The two women sat in silence for a moment, both lost in thought. Finally, Sarah spoke up. "What should we do now?" Clara took a deep breath. I think we need to keep investigating. Maybe we can look into records from around the time the boys were born. And, Sarah, I think you need to talk to George. He might know more than he's letting on. Sarah nodded, her face set with determination. You're right. I'll talk to him tonight. As they gathered their things to leave, Clara turned to Sarah. We're in this together now. Whatever we find out, we'll face it as a team. Sarah smiled gratefully. Thank you, Clara. I'm so glad we met. The two mothers hugged goodbye, each carrying a mix of hope and apprehension as they left the coffee shop. They knew that whatever lay ahead, it would change their lives forever. Sarah drove home from the coffee shop, her mind swirling with questions. The steering wheel felt slippery under her sweaty palms as she navigated the familiar streets. Every few seconds, her eyes darted to the photo of Eden on the passenger seat right next to the one of Mike. How could I not know? She whispered to herself, shaking her head. As she pulled into the driveway, Sarah took a deep breath. She needed to talk to George, but she wasn't sure how to bring it up. The memory of his nervous reaction at dinner the other night made her stomach churn. Inside, Sarah found George in the living room reading the newspaper. He looked up and smiled as she entered. Hey, honey, how was your day? He asked. Sarah hesitated, then sat down on the couch next to him. George, can we talk about something? He folded the newspaper and set it aside. Sure. What's on your mind? Sarah took a deep breath. It's about Eden's birth. I've been thinking a lot about it lately, and I realized there's so much I don't remember. George's smile faltered for a moment. What do you mean? Well, I fainted during the delivery, remember? And when I woke up, you were holding Eden. But I don't recall anything in between, Sarah explained, watching George's face carefully. George shifted in his seat, his brow furrowing. Sarah, that was 10 years ago. Why are you bringing this up now? Sarah leaned forward, her voice soft but insistent. I feel like there might be things I don't know. Things that happened while I was unconscious. Can you tell me more about what happened? George stood up abruptly, his face tightening. There's nothing to tell, Sarah. You had a difficult labor, but everything turned out fine. We have a healthy, happy son. Why are you overthinking this? Sarah felt a knot form in her stomach. George's reaction was exactly what she'd feared. I'm not overthinking, George. I'm just trying to understand. There's nothing to understand. George cut her off, his voice sharp. You're making something out of nothing. Can we please drop this? Sarah stood up too, frustration building inside her. But George, Eden met a boy at school who looks exactly like him. Don't you think that's strange? George's face paled slightly, but he quickly composed himself. It's just a coincidence, Sarah. Kids that age often look similar. You're letting your imagination run wild. The next morning, Sarah woke up early, her mind still racing with questions. She tiptoed downstairs, careful not to wake George. In the kitchen, she dialed Clara's number, her voice barely above a whisper. Clara, it's Sarah. I was thinking you should visit the adoption center today. Maybe they can give us some answers. George, who had just reached the bottom of the stairs, froze. His wife's hushed voice drifted from the kitchen, and he strained to hear more. Yes, I think that's a good idea, Sarah continued. I will go there early morning. I'll tell George I'm going shopping.
And now here's Amy with the Flow forecast.
George's jaw clenched. He retreated silently up the stairs, his mind whirling. In their bedroom, he grabbed his phone and dialed a number. John? It's George. I need a favor, he said quietly. Can you cover for me at the office today? Something's come up. After hanging up, George dressed quickly. He headed downstairs, plastering on a smile as he entered the kitchen. Morning, honey, he said, kissing Sarah's cheek. I've got an early meeting today. Might be home late. Sarah nodded, avoiding his eyes. Okay, I might go shopping later. George grabbed his briefcase and headed out, his heart pounding. In his car, he opened the briefcase and pulled out a thick envelope. He thumbed through the cash inside, then tucked it into his jacket pocket. The drive to the adoption center felt endless. George's knuckles were white on the steering wheel, his mind racing with what he needed to do. At the center, George strode purposefully to the reception desk. "I need to speak with the director," he said, his voice low and urgent. "It's a sensitive matter." The receptionist hesitated, then nodded and picked up the phone. A few minutes later, George was ushered into a small office. The director, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes, looked up as he entered. "How can I help you, sir?" George sat down, leaning forward. "I need your discretion on a delicate matter," he began, pulling out the envelope. "My wife might come here asking questions about our son's adoption. I can't let her find out the truth." He slid a photo of Sarah across the desk. "This is her. If she comes in, I need you to tell her there are no records, no information at all." The director frowned, looking at the envelope. "Sir, we can't just—" George cut her off, pushing the envelope towards her. "Please, you don't understand what's at stake here. My family will fall apart if she learns the truth." The director's eyes widened at the amount of cash. She hesitated, then slowly took the envelope. "I understand," she said quietly. "We'll keep your wife's visit confidential if she comes." George nodded, relief washing over him. "Thank you," he said, standing up. "You have no idea how important this is." He then went back outside to sit in his car. George felt a mix of guilt and determination. He hated lying to Sarah, but he told himself it was for her own good. He couldn't let her discover the truth about Eden's birth. Not now, not ever. On the other hand, Sarah also left home early, thinking of reaching the adoption center in time. Sarah's heart raced as she pulled into the adoption center's parking lot. She had just dropped Eden off at school, her mind swirling with questions and hopes for answers. As she approached the entrance, a familiar car caught her eye. It was George's, pulling out of the lot. "What in the world?" she muttered, frowning. Without thinking, she pulled out her phone and dialed George's number. He picked up on the third ring. "Hey, honey, what's up?" His voice sounded strained. "George, where are you?" Sarah asked, watching his car slow at a stop sign. "I'm at the office, of course. Just got in. Why?" Sarah's stomach dropped. She could see him clearly through his car window, phone pressed to his ear as he drove away. "No reason," she lied, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'll talk to you later." She hung up, her hand shaking slightly. Why would George lie? And what was he doing at the adoption center? Taking a deep breath, Sarah squared her shoulders and walked into the building. The reception area was quiet, with just a few people waiting in chairs. She approached the front desk, where a young woman greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, how can I help you?" Sarah cleared her throat. "Hi, I'm here to inquire about some adoption records for a boy named Mike. He would have been adopted about 10 years ago." The receptionist's smile faltered for a moment. "Let me check with my supervisor," she said, picking up the phone. Sarah waited, her fingers drumming nervously on the counter. After a brief conversation, the receptionist hung up and turned back to her. "I'm sorry, but we can't share any information about adoptions without proper authorization." "But I'm not asking for details," Sarah protested. "I just need to know if there's a record of his adoption." The young woman shifted uncomfortably. "I understand, but we really can't disclose anything. It's our policy." Sarah leaned in, lowering her voice. "Please, this is really important. I think Mike might be my son's twin brother."
After you work out, you can feel worn out.
"I just need to know if there's any possibility." "I'm sorry," the receptionist interrupted, her voice firm but sympathetic. "We truly can't help you. You'd need to go through proper legal channels for this kind of information." Sarah stepped back, frustration building inside her. She glanced around the room, noticing how some of the staff were avoiding eye contact with her. "Is there some..."
Okay, y'all. So y'all know I normally don't do this when it's story time. I want the story to go ahead and play out, but I have not seen this story. I have not gotten this far or whatever. Like, it was baffling to me just off the strength of, the story itself. But this whole thing is like, Lil Mike is actually looking like he is the one that's adopted. He's the one that's adopted. So at some point, it kind of seemed like the father knew at some point that Lil Mike had a twin, and maybe it was some back end stuff that was going on, you know what I mean? Or maybe some type of close connection or whatever that he had within the adoption agency. And, y'all already know when it got to do with adoption and stuff like that, like, it is personal, it is private information and stuff like that. But a lot of parents will, if they only want one child, they will want one child. And a lot of agencies, they will literally separate, twins and siblings and stuff like that. So maybe this is the case. That's what it's looking like to me.
Someone else I could speak to? A manager, perhaps? The receptionist shook her head. I'm afraid not. We've been instructed not to discuss this further. Sarah's eyes narrowed. Instructed by whom? The young woman looked away, clearly uncomfortable. I can't say anything more, I'm sorry. Realizing she wasn't going to get anywhere, Sarah turned and walked out of the center. As she reached her car, she paused, leaning against the door. Her mind was racing. George's presence here, his lie about being at work, and now the staff's strange behavior. It all pointed to something bigger going on. She took a deep breath, feeling a new determination settle over her. If the adoption center wouldn't give her answers, she'd find them another way. Whatever was going on, she was going to get to the bottom of it. She then decided to call Clara and tell her what she just witnessed. The events at the adoption center had left her shaken, and she desperately needed to talk to someone who would understand. Clara? It's Sarah, she said when the other woman answered. Something strange happened at the adoption center today. What is it? Clara asked, concern evident in her voice. Sarah took a deep breath and recounted her experience. George's car in the parking lot, his lie about being at work, and the staff's refusal to help her. It's like they were hiding something, Sarah finished. I don't know what to think anymore. Clara was quiet for a moment. That does sound suspicious, she agreed. But we can't give up now. We need to find out the truth for our boys. But how? Sarah asked, feeling defeated. The adoption center won't help us, and George... She trailed off, not wanting to voice her growing suspicions about her husband. What about a DNA test? Clara suddenly suggested. If Eden and Mike really are twins, that would prove it beyond any doubt. Sarah's heart leapt. That's brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? They quickly made a plan. Clara knew of a clinic that could do rapid DNA testing, with results available in just a couple of days. We should take the boys there tomorrow morning, Clara said. The sooner we know, the better. Sarah hesitated. What about George? Should I tell him? Clara paused before answering. Given how he's been acting, it might be best to keep this between us for now, just until we know for sure. Sarah nodded, even though Clara couldn't see her. It felt wrong to keep secrets from George, but his recent behavior had left her feeling uncertain and confused. Okay, she agreed. Let's meet at the clinic tomorrow at 9 a.m. I'll tell Eden we're going for a checkup. As she hung up the phone, Sarah felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. Tomorrow could change everything, and she wasn't sure if she was ready for what they might discover. The next morning dawned bright and clear, a stark contrast to the turmoil in Sarah's heart. She dressed Eden quickly, telling him they were going for a special checkup. His eyes lit up with curiosity. Is Mike going to be there? Eden asked eagerly. Sarah nodded, smiling despite her nerves. Yes, sweetie. Mike and his mom will meet us there. As they drove to the clinic, Sarah's mind raced. She kept glancing at Eden in the rearview mirror, wondering if her whole world was about to change. They arrived at the clinic to find Clara and Mike already.
Hey, neighbor, you switched to T-Mobile.
Two boys rushed to each other, grinning from ear to ear. "Remember," Clara said softly to Mike, "this is our secret for now, okay?" Mike nodded solemnly, but his excitement was palpable. Inside the clinic, a kind nurse explained the procedure to the boys. "We're just going to swab the inside of your cheeks," she said, demonstrating with a long cotton swab. "It won't hurt at all." Eden and Mike sat side by side, holding hands as the nurse took their samples. Sarah and Clara exchanged glances, both struck by how natural the boys looked together. "All done," the nurse announced cheerfully. "You two were very brave." As they waited for the paperwork to be processed, Sarah and Clara watched their sons play in the small waiting area. The boys seemed to move in perfect sync, finishing each other's sentences and laughing at jokes only they understood. "They really do act like twins," Clara murmured, her eyes misty. Sarah nodded, her throat tight with emotion. "I've never seen Eden bond with anyone so quickly." The nurse returned with some forms for Sarah and Clara to sign. "The results will be ready in a couple of days," she explained. "We'll call you as soon as they're in." As they prepared to leave, Sarah knelt down to Eden's level. "Remember, sweetie, this is our special secret for now. We don't want to worry Dad until we know for sure, okay?" Eden nodded, his face serious. "I promise, Mom." The two families said their goodbyes in the parking lot, the boys hugging tightly as if they might never see each other again. As Sarah buckled Eden into his car seat, she couldn't help but feel that their lives were on the brink of a massive change. Whatever the results might be, she knew that nothing would ever be the same again. Once they got home, she helped Eden out of the car. She plastered on a smile, determined to keep her worries hidden from her son. Inside, George was already home, sitting at the kitchen table with a stack of papers in front of him. He looked up as they entered, his eyes searching Sarah's face. "How was your day?" he asked, his tone casual but his gaze intense. Sarah swallowed hard, remembering his car at the adoption center. "Fine," she replied curtly. "Eden, why don't you go wash up for dinner?" As Eden scampered off, Sarah busied herself in the kitchen, avoiding George's eyes. She could feel his stare boring into her back as she chopped vegetables with more force than necessary. "Sarah," George said softly, coming up behind her, "is everything okay?" She tensed, her knife pausing mid-chop. "Everything's fine," she lied, her voice flat. George reached out to touch her shoulder, but she shrugged him off, moving to the stove. The tension in the room was palpable, thick enough to cut with a knife. Throughout dinner, Sarah remained distant, responding to George's attempts at conversation with short, clipped answers. Eden, oblivious to the undercurrent of tension, chattered happily about his day at school, carefully avoiding any mention of Mike or their secret trip to the clinic. As Sarah cleared the table, George tried once more to break through her icy demeanor. "Honey, you seem upset. Did something happen today?" Sarah paused, dishes in hand, and for a moment she was tempted to confront him about his lie. But the fear of what that confrontation might reveal held her back. "I'm just tired," she said finally, forcing a small smile. "It's been a long day." George's brow furrowed, concern and suspicion warring in his eyes. "Are you sure that's all it is?" "Yes, George," Sarah snapped, her patience wearing thin. "I said I'm fine. Can't you just leave it alone?" Hurt flashed across George's face, quickly replaced by a guarded expression. He nodded slowly, pushing back from the table. "All right. I'll be in the study if you need me." As George left the room, Sarah felt a pang of guilt. She hated lying to him, hated the distance that had grown between them. But until she knew the truth about Eden's origins, she couldn't bring herself to confront him. Later that night, as Sarah tucked Eden into bed, he looked up at her with wide, innocent eyes. "Mom," he whispered, "why doesn't my twin stay with us?" Sarah's heart clenched. She sat on the edge of his bed, stroking his hair gently. "Oh, sweetie," she said softly. We don't know for sure if Mike is your twin. That's why we did that special test today, remember? Eden nodded solemnly. But if he is my twin, can he come live with us? Sarah felt tears prick at her eyes. I don't know, honey, she admitted. But no matter what happens, you know Daddy and I love you very much, right?
Gold Bond believes touch says everything.
Eden nodded again, yawning widely. I love you too, Mom, he murmured, his eyes drifting closed. Sarah sat there for a long time, watching her son sleep, her mind racing with questions she couldn't answer. Eventually, she kissed Eden's forehead and quietly left the room. In the hallway, she paused outside the closed door of George's study. She could hear him moving around inside, probably working late as he often did. For a moment, she considered going in, confronting him with her suspicions. But the fear of what she might learn held her back. Instead, she retreated to their bedroom, crawling into bed alone. As she lay there in the darkness, Sarah wondered how long they could go on like this, with secrets and suspicions building walls between them. The next few days passed in a blur for Sarah. Her mind was constantly preoccupied with thoughts of the DNA test results, making it difficult to concentrate on anything else. At home, she went through the motions of daily life, cooking meals and helping Eden with his homework, but her heart wasn't in it. Finally, on the second day after the test, Sarah's phone rang. Her heart leaped when she saw Clara's name on the screen. Sarah? Clara's voice was tense with excitement. The clinic just called. They have the results. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. They do? What did they say? Nothing yet, Clara replied. They said we need to come in person to get the envelope. I picked it up, but I haven't opened it. I thought, maybe we could do it together? Sarah nodded, then remembered Clara couldn't see her. Yes, absolutely. Where should we meet? Why don't you come to my place? Clara suggested. The boys are at school and we'll have some privacy. Okay, Sarah agreed, her voice shaky. I'll be there in 20 minutes. As she hung up, Sarah's hands trembled. This was it. The moment of truth was finally here. Sarah arrived at Clara's house, her heart pounding. Clara greeted her at the door with a nervous smile, and they made their way to the living room. The envelope sat on the coffee table, innocuous, yet life-changing. Are you ready? Clara asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Sarah nodded, unable to speak. With trembling hands, Clara picked up the envelope and carefully opened it. She pulled out the paper inside and unfolded it. Both women leaned in, their eyes scanning the document. There, in black and white, was the truth they had been seeking. The results showed a 99.9% probability that Eden and Mike were identical twins. Sarah gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Clara let out a choked sob, tears welling up in her eyes. They're really twins, Sarah whispered, her voice filled with disbelief. Clara nodded, wiping her eyes. I can't believe it. All this time, Mike had a brother out there. The reality of the situation crashed over Sarah like a wave. Her son, her precious Eden, had a twin brother she never knew about. How was this possible? What had happened during that hazy time after his birth? I don't understand, Sarah said, her voice shaking. How could this have happened? Why didn't I know? As the initial shock began to wear off, a mix of emotions flooded through Sarah. Joy at discovering Eden had a brother, confusion about how this could have happened, and a growing anger towards George. He must have known something. His strange behavior, his lies, it all made sense now. I'm so relieved, Clara said softly, breaking into Sarah's thoughts. I've always wondered about Mike's background, where he came from. Now I know a piece of his history. Sarah nodded, understanding Clara's relief. But for her, the revelation brought more questions than answers. She felt a surge of anger building inside her. I need to talk to George, Sarah said, her voice tight with emotion. He has to know something about this. He's been acting so strange ever since Eden mentioned Mike. Clara squeezed her hand again. You're right. You need answers. But Sarah, be careful. This is a delicate situation. Sarah took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing thoughts. I know. I can't believe he would keep something like this from me. From Eden. As she sat there, holding the proof of her son's twin in her hands, Sarah felt a mix of emotions she couldn't quite untangle. There was joy at discovering this new connection for Eden, but it was overshadowed by a sense of betrayal and confusion. What do we
We're going to let people try the new Boost Mobile network, risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee.
tell the boys? Clara asked softly. Sarah shook her head. I don't know. I think I need to talk to George first. I need to understand what happened before we say anything to Eden and Mike. Clara nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Take your time, Sarah. This is a lot to process. As Sarah prepared to leave, she felt a storm of emotions brewing inside her. Sarah's hands trembled as she gripped the steering wheel, driving home from Clara's house. The DNA results felt like they were burning a hole in her purse. Her mind raced with questions, anger, and confusion. How could George have kept this secret for so long? As she pulled into their driveway, Sarah took a deep breath, steeling herself for the confrontation ahead. It was Sunday, and she knew George would be home. She walked through the front door, her heart pounding in her chest. She found George in the living room, lounging on the couch with a book. He looked up as she entered, a smile on his face that quickly faded when he saw her expression. Sarah, what's wrong? He asked, sitting up straight. Sarah pulled the DNA results from her purse and held them up. I think you know what's wrong, George. I want the truth about Eden. Now. George's face paled and he swallowed hard. What are you talking about? Don't lie to me anymore. Sarah's voice cracked with emotion. I have proof that Eden has an identical twin, a boy named Mike who was adopted. So I'll ask you one more time. What's the truth about Eden's adoption? George's shoulders slumped and he closed his eyes, looking defeated. When he opened them again, they were filled with tears. I'm so sorry, Sarah, he whispered. I never meant for you to find out like this. Sarah sank into a nearby chair, her legs feeling weak. So it's true? Eden is adopted? George nodded slowly. Yes, it's true. But please let me explain. I'm listening, Sarah said, her voice cold. George took a deep breath. Do you remember how difficult your pregnancy was? The complications during delivery? Sarah nodded, her hand unconsciously moving to her stomach. Well, there's something I never told you, George continued, his voice shaking. Our biological child, he was stillborn. Sarah gasped, feeling like all the air had been sucked out of the room. What? No, that can't be true. I held Eden after he was born. I remember... George shook his head. You were unconscious for a while after the delivery. When you woke up, you were so weak, so fragile. I couldn't bear to tell you the truth. I was afraid it would break you. Tears streamed down Sarah's face as she listened, her world crumbling around her. So I made a decision, George went on. I found out about a set of twin boys who had just been born and put up for adoption. I arranged to adopt one of them. That's Eden. How could you do this? Sarah whispered, her voice filled with pain and betrayal. How could you keep this from me for so many years? George moved to kneel in front of her, reaching for her hands, but she pulled away. I thought I was protecting you, Sarah. I couldn't stand the thought of you going through that pain. I thought if we had a baby to love, it would help us heal. Sarah stood up abruptly, needing to put distance between them. You had no right to make that decision for me, George. No right to keep this secret. Do you have any idea what you've done? I know it was wrong, George continued, his voice pleading. But when I saw Eden for the first time, when I held him in my arms, I knew I'd do anything to protect our family. To protect you from the pain of losing our biological child.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance
He moved closer to Sarah, reaching out to touch her shoulder, but she flinched away. "I've been paying the adoption center a yearly fee to keep everything under wraps," he admitted. "That's why I was there the other day when you saw me. I was making sure they wouldn't tell you anything if you came asking questions." Sarah listened in stunned silence, her mind reeling from the revelations. The depth of George's deception was overwhelming. For 10 years, he had carried this secret, orchestrating an elaborate lie that had shaped their entire family life. She felt a complex mix of emotions washing over her: betrayal, anger, sadness, and a deep, aching loss for the child she never got to mourn. The son or daughter she and George had created together, whose existence had been erased by George's well-intentioned but misguided actions. Without looking at George, Sarah stood up. Her legs felt unsteady, and she gripped the bedpost for support. I need some time alone," she said, her voice hollow. "Please, George, just give me some space." George nodded, his face a mask of regret and sorrow. "Of course," he whispered. "I'm so sorry, Sarah. I never meant to hurt you like this." Sarah didn't respond. She walked slowly to the bedroom door, feeling as if she were moving through a fog. As she stepped into the room, she turned back to George one last time. "Don't follow me," she said quietly. "I need to process this on my own." With that, she closed the door behind her, leaving George alone with the weight of his actions. Lying on her bed, she stared at the ceiling, her heart heavy with the weight of George's confession. As she tossed and turned, Sarah found herself questioning everything she thought she knew about her family. The son she had loved and nurtured for 10 years wasn't biologically hers. The thought made her stomach churn. "Can I still love Eden the same way?" she whispered into the darkness, her voice barely audible. Memories of Eden's first steps, his first words, and countless bedtime stories flooded her mind. She remembered the pride she felt when he learned to ride a bike, the comfort she offered when he skinned his knee. Each moment was etched in her heart, a testament to the bond they shared. But now, knowing the truth, Sarah felt a creeping doubt. Would these memories be tainted by the knowledge that Eden wasn't truly hers? Could she look at him without seeing the lie that brought him into their lives? As the night wore on, Sarah felt suffocated by the four walls of her bedroom. She needed air, space to think. Quietly, she slipped out of bed, careful not to wake George, who had fallen into a fitful sleep on the couch. She padded down the hallway, her bare feet silent on the cool hardwood floor. Without really thinking about it, she found herself outside Eden's room. The door was slightly ajar, and Sarah hesitated for a moment before gently pushing it open. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow on Eden's sleeping form. Sarah stepped inside, her heart clenching at the sight of her son, because despite everything, that's what he was. Eden's chest rose and fell with each peaceful breath. His dark hair, so much like Mike's, was tousled on the pillow. One arm was wrapped around his favorite stuffed bear, a gift Sarah had given him on his 5th birthday. As she watched him sleep, Sarah felt a wave of emotion wash over her. The love she felt for this child, this beautiful boy who had brought so much joy into her life, hadn't diminished. If anything, it felt stronger, more fiercely protective. She realized then that biology didn't define their relationship. The sleepless nights, the skinned knees, the shared laughter and tears, these were the threads that wove their bond. Eden was her son, not because she had given birth to him, but because she had raised him, loved him, and would do anything to protect him. Sarah moved closer to the bed, gently brushing a strand of hair from Eden's forehead. He stirred slightly but didn't wake, a small smile playing on his lips as if he was having a pleasant dream. In that moment, Sarah knew that her love for Eden hadn't changed. It didn't matter how he came into her life. What mattered was the love and care she had given him every day since. She leaned down and placed a soft kiss on his cheek, her heart full of love and gratitude for this precious child who had made her a mother. The next morning, Sarah found George in the kitchen, nursing a cup of coffee with tired eyes. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for the conversation ahead. "George," she said softly, causing him to look up. "We need to talk." George nodded, his shoulders sagging. "I know," he replied.
Fabric made to move.
Sarah sat down across from him, her hands clasped tightly on the table. What you did? It hurt me deeply, she began. The lies, the secrets. I felt like I didn't know you anymore. George winced, unable to meet her gaze. I'm so sorry, Sarah. I never meant to. Let me finish, Sarah interrupted gently. I'm hurt, yes, but I've had time to think, and I understand why you did it. George looked up, surprise etched on his face. You were trying to protect me from the pain of losing our child, Sarah continued, her voice wavering slightly. I can't imagine how hard that must have been for you, carrying that burden alone all these years. Tears welled up in George's eyes. I thought I was doing the right thing, he whispered. I couldn't bear to see you in pain. Sarah reached across the table, taking George's hand in hers. I know, and while I wish you had been honest with me from the start, I understand your intentions were good. She took a deep breath before continuing. I want you to know that despite everything, my love for Eden hasn't changed. If anything, it's grown stronger. He's our son, George. Biology doesn't change that. George squeezed her hand, relief washing over his face. I'm so glad to hear that, Sarah. I've been so worried about how this would affect your relationship with Eden. He's my son, Sarah said firmly. Nothing will ever change that. George nodded, wiping away a tear. I'm so sorry for everything, Sarah. I promise, from now on, no more secrets, no more lies. I'll be completely honest with you, always. Sarah gave him a small smile. I appreciate that, George. But you need to understand that rebuilding trust will take time. It won't happen overnight. I know, George replied earnestly. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. I love you, Sarah, and I love our family. I want to make things right. They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of their conversation hanging in the air. Finally, George spoke again, his voice filled with cautious hope. Do you think we can heal from this? Together? Sarah looked at him, seeing the man she had fallen in love with all those years ago. The man who, despite his mistakes, had always tried to do what he thought was best for. Next day, she called Clara to tell her everything. Clara, it's Sarah. I need to talk to you about something important. Clara's voice came through, warm and concerned. Of course, Sarah. Is everything okay? Sarah closed her eyes, steeling herself. I confronted George last night. He told me everything. There was a pause on the other end. Everything? Clara asked softly. Yes, Sarah replied, her voice trembling slightly. Eden was adopted. Our biological child. He didn't make it. Clara gasped. Oh, Sarah, I'm so sorry. Sarah recounted George's confession, explaining how he had arranged the adoption to spare her the pain of losing their baby. As she spoke, tears rolled down her cheeks, but her voice remained steady. I can't imagine how difficult this must be for you, Clara said when Sarah finished. How are you feeling? Sarah wiped her eyes. Honestly? I'm not sure. Part of me is angry and hurt that George kept this from me for so long. But another part, I understand why he did it. That's completely understandable, Clara reassured her. It's a lot to process.
That's one way to tell people about Boost Mobile's new 5G network.
The thing is, Sarah continued, despite everything, my love for Eden hasn't changed. He's still my son, no matter what. Clara's voice was warm with approval. Of course he is. Love isn't about biology, Sarah. It's about the bond you've built over the years. Sarah felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Thank you, Clara. I'm so glad I can talk to you about this. I don't know what I'd do if I had to face this alone. You're not alone, Clara said firmly. I'm here for you, whatever you need. Sarah smiled, feeling a weight lift from her shoulders. That means so much to me. And speaking of not being alone, what about the boys, Eden and Mike? Clara's voice brightened. What are you thinking? Well, Sarah said, now that everything's out in the open, I think it's important for them to spend time together, to get to know each other as brothers. I couldn't agree more, Clara replied enthusiastically. They deserve the chance to build a relationship. Sarah felt a surge of excitement. What if we set up regular play dates, maybe even family gatherings where we can all spend time together? That's a wonderful idea, Clara said. I'm sure the boys would love it, and it would give us a chance to support each other through this transition too. Sarah nodded, even though Clara couldn't see her. Exactly. I think it would be good for all of us. They spent the next few minutes discussing potential dates and activities, their enthusiasm growing with each suggestion. As they wrapped up the call, Sarah felt a sense of relief wash over her. Thank you again, Clara, she said, for everything. Of course, Sarah, we're in this together now, Clara replied warmly. I'll talk to Mike about the play dates and let you know what he thinks. As Sarah hung up the phone, she couldn't help but smile. Despite the challenges ahead, she felt hopeful. The boys would have a chance to bond, to know each other as brothers, and she and Clara would be there to support them every step of the way. Later that evening, the sun cast a warm glow over Clara's cozy home as Sarah and George pulled into the driveway. Eden bounced excitedly in the back seat, his face pressed against the window. Look, there's Mike, he shouted, pointing to the boy waving enthusiastically from the front porch. Sarah took a deep breath, squeezing George's hand. Ready? She asked softly. George nodded, a mix of nervousness and determination in his eyes. As I'll ever be. As they stepped out of the car, Clara appeared in the doorway, a welcoming smile on her face. Come on in, everyone, she called out. Eden raced ahead, high-fiving Mike as he reached the porch. The two boys immediately launched into excited chatter, their words tumbling over each other. Sarah and George approached more slowly, arms laden with dishes they'd prepared for the dinner. Clara ushered them inside, the aroma of roasting chicken filling the air. I hope you like rosemary chicken, Clara said, leading them to the kitchen. It's Mike's favorite. Eden loves it too, Sarah replied, setting down her casserole dish. She paused, struck by another similarity between the boys. In the living room, Eden and Mike were already deep in conversation, their heads bent close together as they compared Pokémon cards. They certainly hit it off quickly, George observed, his voice a mix of awe and uncertainty. As they began to eat, the conversation flowed more easily. The boys regaled the adults with stories from school, finishing each other's sentences as if they'd known each other their whole lives.
I'm an overpowered leaf blower!
Sarah found herself relaxing, drawn into Clara's easy warmth. They swapped stories about the boys' early years, marveling at the similarities in their personalities and habits. George, initially quiet, gradually opened up as well. He shared a few funny anecdotes about Eden's toddler years, earning giggles from both boys. As the meal wound down, Eden turned to Mike with a mischievous grin. Want to see my new remote control car? I brought it with me. Mike's eyes lit up. Yeah, can we play with it in the backyard, Mom? Clara nodded, smiling at their excitement. Of course. Just be careful not to run it into the flower beds, okay? The boys raced off, their laughter echoing through the house. The adults moved to the patio, watching as Eden and Mike took turns steering the car through an impromptu obstacle course of sticks and rocks. They really are two peas in a pod, aren't they? Clara mused, her voice soft with wonder. Sarah nodded, feeling a lump in her throat. It's amazing to see them together like this. George, standing slightly apart, cleared his throat. I'm glad they have this chance to know each other, he said quietly. Sarah reached out, taking his hand. She knew they still had a long way to go in rebuilding their trust, but this felt like a step in the right direction. As the evening progressed, the boys' laughter filled the air, punctuated by excited shouts and the whir of the remote control car. Sarah and Clara found themselves deep in conversation, sharing their hopes and fears for the future. George, initially hovering on the edges of the group, gradually relaxed. He even joined the boys for a while, helping them set up a more elaborate racetrack for the car. In that moment, surrounded by the warmth of the fire and the love of their newly expanded family, Sarah felt a profound sense of gratitude. The road hadn't been easy, but it had led them here, to this beautiful, unexpected new chapter in their lives. If you enjoyed the story of Sarah, I handpicked this next story that you will enjoy. Please don't miss.
Okay, y'all. Madeira made it up in the house, child. She always she gonna make it in the house, baby. Hey, Madeira. Hey, mommy. Glad that you joined us. Ain't that tripped out, Tangela? Miss Lynn, are you still here? Ain't that story tripped out? I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, George, you need to come to the front of the class, child. Madeira say, hey. Yes, y'all. Okay. All right. We about to go into it. Let me know if y'all got something else to say about the last story. 2 great stories tonight. Awesome, Tangela. Thank you so much, babes. We got another one, chat. I got another one. I have another one. We are doing the extended story time tonight, y'all. Thank you all for joining and participating and everything. I love you all with all my heart. I really appreciate the support. Thank you all so much. I'm enjoying myself, child, especially when I have not seen the videos and I can be able to have the same reactions as you all. I really enjoy that. Because I be just as clueless as y'all. I want to be able to interact with y'all at the same time. So most definitely. So I have this other video, y'all. Oh my God. It's about this young lady, this young girl. It's a part 1 and it's a part 2. And if y'all don't make it, trust and believe. If y'all don't make it through part 2, it's fine. But part 1 or whatever, y'all already know that y'all can always come back and finish and fast forward or whatever and come through it. But this story time, this is story time tonight. So we are going there tonight. It's a part 1 and it's a part 2. And I have not looked at it as well. So let's go. I'm about to get ready and share my screen. Get everything started. We are going to get started. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Ready? Hey, that's what I'm talking about. My tan say she ready, baby. Let's go. Let's go, baby. We shed tears. We can actually come together and just really let's really do some things around here. You know what I mean? Mother said, bring it on. Amen. And will. Miss Sexy Ray, my sister, she said, Miss Mel, it's more about one boy mama passed away. Yeah, child, like that story is really deep. It is deep. Miss Lynn say, I'm glad I caught you tonight. I'm glad you called me as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you, Miss Lynn. I love me some you. Like, you always been there and supported me no matter what. You even blessed me on whatever occasion that you would like to bless me, and I really appreciate you. I love you. I love you, Miss Lynn. Real talk. Genuinely. Let me go ahead and share this screen, y'all. Here we go. It's a part 1 and part 2 on here. As far as with this video, this is gonna be part 1. So this particular story is based off a young girl that tells the judge, I'm your daughter. He couldn't hold back the tears. So this is the judge, baby. Let's see what got this baby to the judge from the get-go.
Into their places. Judge Marcus Hensley, a man in his early 50s with an air of authority and fairness, adjusted his glasses and scanned the docket for the day. His routine was predictable, the cases blending together after years of presiding over them. But today was about to be anything but ordinary. The next case was brought forward, a guardianship hearing involving an 11-year-old girl named Amara Johnson. As Marcus read the file, his brow furrowed slightly. The girl had spent her entire life in the foster care system after losing her mother 2 years ago. Marcus prided himself on maintaining emotional distance in his courtroom, but there was something about this case that tugged at him in an unfamiliar way. Amara entered the room, clutching a worn-out teddy bear in one hand and a small backpack slung over her shoulder. She looked around nervously, her wide brown eyes darting from one face to another until they settled on Marcus. There was a flicker of something in her gaze, fear, hope, and determination all rolled into one. Her foster advocate gently nudged her forward. It's okay, Amara. You can do this, the woman whispered. Amara took a deep breath, her tiny frame trembling as she stepped up to the stand. She glanced down at her teddy bear for reassurance before looking up at the judge. Marcus noticed her hesitation and softened his tone. Take your time, young lady, he said, his voice calm and steady. I have something to say, Amara began, her voice barely above a whisper. The courtroom went silent, every eye on her. Marcus leaned forward slightly, his curiosity piqued. You may speak, he encouraged. Amara swallowed hard, gripping the bear tighter. Your Honor, before this hearing goes any further, I need to tell you something important. Marcus raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on her. Go on, he said, his tone measured but curious. Amara's next words sent a shockwave through the room. You're my dad, she blurted out, her voice trembling but steady. The murmurs in the courtroom ceased instantly, replaced by a heavy, stunned silence. Marcus blinked, his composure momentarily shattered. I'm sorry. What did you just say? He asked, his usually steady voice wavering slightly. You're my dad, Amara repeated, her words firmer now. She reached into her backpack and pulled out a folded letter. My mom wrote this before she died. She said you're my father. The weight of her statement hung in the air, palpable and undeniable. Marcus sat frozen, the letter in her small hands drawing his attention like a magnet. For the first time in years, he found himself at a loss for words. I have proof, Amara added, her tone tinged with desperation. Please, Your Honor, just read the letter. Marcus motioned for the bailiff to retrieve the letter, his heart pounding in his chest. As he unfolded it with trembling hands, his eyes scanned the words, and the courtroom seemed to fade away. The handwriting was unmistakably that of Naomi Parker, a woman he had loved deeply many years ago. The letter detailed a secret she had kept for over a decade, a child she had chosen to raise alone, fearing the impact it might have on his career. Marcus's world tilted on its axis. He struggled to reconcile the child standing before him with the life he thought he knew. Who was this brave, trembling girl who had just upended his existence with a few simple words? "Recess," Marcus announced abruptly, his voice cracking. He stood, his gavel forgotten, and quickly exited the courtroom, leaving behind a stunned silence and a little girl clutching her teddy bear, her gaze never leaving him. Marcus sat alone in his chambers, the weight of the letter in his hands making it feel heavier than paper should. The silence in the room was deafening, broken only by the faint hum of the courtroom beyond the door. His chest felt tight, his thoughts tangled and frantic as he unfolded the letter again. The handwriting was unmistakable, elegant, flowing script he hadn't seen in over a decade. It belonged to Naomi Parker, a woman he once cared for deeply. Memories of her flooded back, her warm laughter, her sharp wit, and the way she always made him feel like he could conquer the world. But those memories were tinged with a bittersweet ache now, as her words stared back at him from the page. Marcus sat alone in his chambers, the weight of the letter in his hands making it feel heavier than paper should. The silence in the room was deafening, broken only by the faint hum of the courtroom beyond the door. His chest felt tight, his thoughts tangled and frantic as he unfolded the letter again. The handwriting was unmistakable, elegant, flowing script he hadn't seen in over a decade. It belonged to Naomi Parker, a woman he once cared for deeply. Memories of her flooded back, her warm laughter, her sharp wit, and the way she always made him feel like he could conquer the world. But those memories were tinged with a bittersweet ache now, as her words stared back at him from the page. Marcus's hands shook as he set the letter down on his desk. A wave of emotions crashed over him, shock, guilt, sadness, and something else he couldn't quite name. How had he not known? Why hadn't Naomi told him? And this girl, Amara, his daughter. The words echoed in his mind, refusing to settle. His daughter. He pressed his palms against his face, trying to steady his breathing. He had spent years building a reputation as a fair and composed judge, but this moment felt like it was tearing him apart. The realization that he had unknowingly missed over a decade of his child's life was a pain he couldn't describe. A soft knock on the door broke his spiraling thoughts. "Come in," he said, his voice steadier than he felt. It was his clerk, a kind older woman named Mrs. Turner. "Your Honor, are you all right?" she asked gently. He nodded, though the gesture felt hollow. "I need a moment, Mrs. Turner. Please reschedule the afternoon cases." And, he hesitated. "Ask the bailiff to bring Amara and her advocate to my chambers." Mrs. Turner gave a small nod and left quietly, leaving Marcus to gather himself. He took a deep breath, folded the letter carefully, and placed it back into its envelope. Whatever questions he had, there was only one person who could provide the answers now. A few minutes later, there was another knock, and the door opened. Amara stepped in hesitantly, clutching her teddy bear, her foster advocate following closely behind. Marcus rose from his chair, his towering presence softened by the vulnerability in his eyes. "Please, come in," he said gently, motioning for them to sit on the couch opposite his desk. Amara perched on the edge of the seat, her small hands gripping the bear tightly. Marcus sat down across from her, folding his hands in his lap. For a moment, he didn't speak, simply observing the young girl in front of him. She had Naomi's eyes, dark and expressive, and her quiet determination. "Amara," he began softly, his voice almost breaking. "I read your mother's letter." Her eyes widened slightly, and she nodded. "She told me about you. She said you didn't know, but that you were a good man." Marcus swallowed hard. "Your mother was an incredible woman. I didn't know about you, and if I had," he stopped, his words catching in his throat. "I would have wanted to be there for you." Amara's lips trembled, and for the first time, tears filled her eyes. Do you believe me?" she whispered. Marcus leaned forward, his voice firm but kind. Yes, Amara. I believe you. I have no doubt. A small sob escaped her, and she wiped her eyes quickly, as if embarrassed. I thought you might not want me. The words cut through Marcus like a knife. He reached out, hesitating for only a second before placing his hand gently on hers. I want you, he said, his voice filled with emotion. I don't know how to make up for the years we lost, but I want to know you. If you'll let me, I'd like to be the father you deserve. Amara stared at him, her tears falling freely now. For the first time in years, she felt a spark of hope. She nodded slowly, her grip on the teddy bear loosening as she allowed herself to trust. As the conversation continued, Marcus asked about her life, her favorite books, what she liked to do for fun, and her memories of her mother. Amara spoke quietly at first, but as the minutes passed, she began to open up. For Marcus, every word was a revelation, every detail a glimpse into the life he hadn't known existed. He knew there was a long road ahead, filled with challenges and questions, but one thing was clear: he wouldn't let her go again. Amara, he said as they wrapped up their conversation, I'd like to meet with you again soon. We have a lot to figure out, but I'm here for you. Always. For the first time, Amara smiled, a small, tentative smile that lit up her face. Okay, she said softly. And in that moment, Marcus knew that everything had changed. The next day, Marcus arrived at his office early, unable to shake the events of the previous day. The courtroom felt heavier than usual, the weight of his newfound reality pressing on him. For the first time in years, he felt unsure of himself, not as a judge, but as a person. He spent the morning sifting through legal documents and files, though his mind kept wandering to Amara. Questions swirled in his head like a storm. Why had Naomi kept her a secret? What kind of life had Amara endured in foster care? And most pressing of all, how could he begin to make up for the years he had missed? That afternoon, Marcus arranged a private meeting with Amara and her foster advocate, Ms. Taylor. The trio sat in a small, cozy conference room instead of the courtroom, an intentional choice by Marcus to make Amara feel more at ease. He wanted her to know this wasn't just a...
Holy cow, y'all. Holy cow. Y'all see my baby down there? That's my firstborn daughter. Her name is Ashley. Y'all, please greet my baby. She is in the chat. Child, that's why I don't be trying to sit up here and be messy on my channel, baby, because I got family. I have family on my channel that follow me, and baby, what I don't want to do or ever want to do is sit up here and give them a reason to be on nothing negative or anything good, baby. It ain't gonna be cute. But at the end of the day, that's my baby, y'all. That's my firstborn daughter. She is a year older than my deceased son. You know what I mean? That we had talked about earlier, or that I have mentioned earlier, or whatever. Yes, that's my baby right there. My kids is not gonna come up into this YouTube stuff. They'll come in and say hello every blue moon, but besides that, that's about it. They ain't about to get into none of this stuff at all, period. They're about on site. On site, that's it, that's all. Okay, let's get back to it. Hey, baby, thank you for joining.
Another case, it was personal. Amara sat across from him, her teddy bear once again clutched tightly in her lap. She looked nervous but determined. Ms. Taylor placed a reassuring hand on Amara's shoulder and gave Marcus a small nod, signaling it was okay to start. Marcus cleared his throat, his deep voice softer than usual. Amara, thank you for agreeing to meet with me today. I wanted us to have a chance to talk, outside of the courtroom. Amara nodded, her wide eyes watching him carefully. Okay, she said softly. He took a deep breath. I've spent a lot of time thinking about what you said yesterday. And I need you to know something, none of this is your fault. You've been incredibly brave coming here and sharing your story. I can't imagine how hard that must have been. Amara's lips trembled slightly, but she stayed silent. Marcus continued, his voice steady but laced with emotion.
The right diaper for your wild child is the one they can't take off. Only Pampers Cruisers 360 has a stretchy waistband, so tiny hands can't take it.
That I'm taking this seriously. I've read your mother's letter several times. I believe her, and I believe you. But I need your help to understand everything that's happened. Amara hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Ms. Taylor, who gave her an encouraging nod. My mom, she never talked about you when I was little, Amara began, her voice small but clear. She always said we didn't need anyone else. That we had each other. Marcus nodded, feeling a pang of guilt at the thought of Naomi carrying such a burden alone. She was really good at making me feel safe, Amara continued, her eyes lowering to her teddy bear. But then she got sick. At first, she said it wasn't a big deal, but she started getting tired all the time. She couldn't work, and things got really hard. That's when she told me about you. Marcus's throat tightened. He couldn't imagine how scared Amara must have been during that time. What did she tell you? He asked gently. She said you were a judge and that you were a good man. That you didn't know about me because she didn't want to hold you back. She said it wasn't because you wouldn't have cared, it was because she didn't want you to feel trapped. Amara's voice wavered slightly. But she also said she thought you would love me if you knew. The room fell silent for a moment, the weight of her words settling over them. Marcus leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees. She was right, he said quietly. I didn't know, but if I had, would have been there for you. I want you to know that, Amara. You deserved so much more, and I'm sorry I wasn't there. Amara looked up at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I don't blame you, she said softly. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't want to grow up not knowing my dad. Marcus turned his attention to Ms. Taylor, who had been sitting quietly throughout the conversation. Ms. Taylor, can you tell me more about Amara's situation in foster care? I need to understand what she's been through. Ms. Taylor nodded. After Naomi passed, Amara was placed with a foster family, but it wasn't an ideal situation. The family wasn't abusive, but they weren't particularly nurturing either. She's been in 2 other homes since then, and while her current placement is better, it's not permanent. Marcus's jaw tightened. She's been moved around 3 times in 2 years? Ms. Taylor nodded again. Unfortunately, that's not uncommon in the system. Amara has been resilient, but it hasn't been easy for her. She's had to adapt to new environments and people constantly. Marcus turned back to Amara, his heart breaking for the little girl who had been through so much. Amara, I promise you this, you won't have to move again if I can help it. Her eyes widened, a flicker of hope crossing her face. You mean? I mean I want to be part of your life, Marcus said firmly. I don't know exactly what that will look like yet, but we'll figure it out. Together. As the meeting ended, Marcus walked Amara and Ms. Taylor to the door. Before leaving, Amara turned to him, her voice hesitant but filled with a newfound confidence. Thank you, she said quietly. Marcus knelt down to her level, his eyes meeting hers. No, Amara. Thank you, for being brave enough to find me. As she left, Marcus felt a renewed sense of purpose. He didn't have all the answers, but he knew one thing for certain, he would do everything in his power to make things right for Amara. Their journey was just beginning, and he was determined not to let her down. The sun streamed through the windows of Marcus's office the next morning, but he barely noticed. He was lost in thought, the events of the past 2 days replaying in his mind like a movie he couldn't stop. For years, he had prided himself on his ability to separate his personal feelings from his role as a judge. But now, the lines had blurred in a way he could have never anticipated. Sitting at his desk, Marcus held Naomi's letter once again, running his fingers over the worn edges of the paper. He had read it so many times that the words were etched into his memory, yet it still felt unreal. How could Naomi have gone through so much alone? How could he have missed the signs of her struggle all those years ago? The guilt was overwhelming. He thought of all the moments he had missed, Amara's first words, her first steps, her birthdays. He imagined her waiting for a father she didn't even know and felt a deep ache in his chest. Marcus leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. How do I make up for lost time? He wondered. He knew he couldn't rewrite the past, but he was determined to make the future count. Later that day, Marcus visited his lifelong friend and mentor, Gerald Carter, a retired judge who had always been a source of wisdom. They sat in Gerald's study, surrounded by rows of law books and family photographs. Marcus explained everything: Naomi's letter, Amara's brave confession, and his own swirling emotions. Gerald listened patiently, nodding thoughtfully. When Marcus finished, Gerald leaned forward, his expression kind but firm. Marcus, he began, you've spent your whole career upholding justice and fairness for others. But this is personal. You're not just a judge in Amara's life now, you're her father. That comes with its own responsibilities. I know, Marcus replied, his voice heavy with emotion. But how do I even begin? I've missed so much. She doesn't really know me, and I don't know her. What if I fail her?
Class dismissed. Don't spend time on courses you...
Placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. The fact that you're asking these questions shows you care, and that's the first step. You can't change the past, Marcus, but you can show her that you're here now. And being there, that's what matters most. Taking Gerald's advice to heart, Marcus reached out to Ms. Taylor and asked to spend more time with Amara in a comfortable, informal setting. They arranged to meet at a local park the following weekend. When Marcus arrived, he saw Amara sitting on a bench, her teddy bear beside her. She looked up as he approached, her expression nervous but hopeful. "Hi, Amara," Marcus said, his tone warm and inviting. "Hi," she replied quietly. "I thought we could talk and maybe do something fun today," he said, holding up a frisbee he'd brought along. Amara hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Okay." They started with small talk as they tossed the frisbee back and forth. At first, the conversation was awkward, filled with short answers and long silences. But as the game continued, Amara began to open up. "I used to play this with my mom," she said, catching the frisbee with surprising skill. "Really?" Marcus asked, smiling. "You're pretty good at it. Did she teach you?" Amara nodded, her eyes lighting up. "Yeah, we'd play in the yard after school. She always said I had a great arm." Marcus chuckled. "She was right. You've got a better throw than I do." For the first time, Amara laughed, a soft, genuine sound that made Marcus's heart swell. As the sun began to set, they sat on the bench again, watching the colors streak across the sky. Amara clutched her teddy bear, her gaze distant. "Do you miss her?" Marcus asked gently. Amara nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "Every day. She was my best friend." Marcus hesitated before speaking, unsure if his words would be enough. "I didn't know about you, Amara, but if I had, would have been there." I would have done everything I could to help your mom and be part of your life. Amara looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Do you think she'd be okay with this? With me being here, with you? Marcus swallowed the lump in his throat. I think she'd want us to have this chance, to get to know each other. And I think she'd be proud of how brave you are. A single tear slipped down Amara's cheek, and she quickly wiped it away. I don't know if I'm brave, she said softly. You are, Marcus said firmly. Coming to me, telling me the truth, that takes courage. And I'm so proud of you for it. Amara managed a small smile, her first real one of the day. As they walked back to the parking lot, Amara held her teddy bear tightly but stayed close to Marcus. Before she got into Ms. Taylor's car, she turned to him. Can we do this again? She asked hesitantly. Marcus knelt down to her level, his gaze steady. Absolutely. Anytime you want. She nodded, her smile growing just a little wider. As the car pulled away, Marcus stood there, watching until it disappeared from view. For the first time, he felt a glimmer of hope, not just for Amara, but for the relationship they were starting to build. He knew there were challenges ahead, but he was ready to face them. This was the beginning of something new, something he wouldn't take for granted. For Amara, and for himself, he was determined to make it work. The following week, Marcus found himself adjusting to his new role as more than just a judge, he was now a father. The thought still felt foreign, but every time he pictured Amara's shy smile and the way she'd asked, "Can we do this again?" it gave him strength. He knew the road ahead wouldn't be easy, but he was ready to face it, one step at a time. First, Marcus knew he needed to address Amara's guardianship. While her foster placement was stable, it wasn't permanent, and the idea of her continuing to move from one home to another was unbearable. He reached out to Ms. Taylor to discuss the process of becoming Amara's legal guardian. Marcus, Ms. Taylor said during a phone call, her tone cautious, you have to understand that this isn't just about paperwork. Amara has been through a lot. She's still grieving her mother and adjusting to the idea of having a father. You'll need to prove not only your ability to care for her but also that this is what's best for her emotionally. I understand, Marcus replied firmly. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. She deserves stability, and I want to give her that. Ms. Taylor sighed. I believe you mean that, and it's a good start. But it'll take time, and Amara needs to feel safe every step of the way. She's been let down before. Marcus felt the weight of her words but remained resolute. I won't let her down, he said quietly. To strengthen their bond, Marcus decided to invite Amara over for dinner at his home. He spent the afternoon preparing her favorite meal, which Ms. Taylor had mentioned, spaghetti and meatballs. As he set the table, he caught himself wondering if she'd like the house, if it would feel welcoming to her. When Ms. Taylor arrived with Amara, Marcus greeted them at the door, his nerves hidden behind a warm smile. Amara stepped inside hesitantly, clutching her teddy bear. Her eyes scanned the room, taking in the neatly arranged furniture and family photos on the walls.
Welcome to Bond.
Marcus nodded. It is. But tonight, it's your house too. She smiled faintly and followed him into the dining room. Over dinner, Marcus did his best to make Amara feel at ease. He asked her about her favorite books and movies, and she gradually opened up, sharing that she loved fantasy stories and had a soft spot for superhero movies. I used to watch those with my mom, she said, twirling spaghetti around her fork. She loved the ones with strong women, like Wonder Woman. Marcus chuckled. Your mom had great taste. I've always liked the ones where the hero finds their strength in unexpected ways. Amara tilted her head, considering his words. Like what? Well, Marcus said, leaning back in his chair, sometimes it's not about superpowers or fighting bad guys. Sometimes it's about being brave enough to face the hard things, like you did when you came to see me in court. Amara looked down, a small blush creeping across her cheeks. I didn't feel brave, she admitted. But you were, Marcus said firmly. And that's what matters. After dinner, Marcus brought out an old photo album he hadn't opened in years. He flipped through the pages, showing Amara pictures of himself as a young man, his family, and even some old colleagues from law school. Amara's eyes lit up when she saw a photo of her mother. It was from a time when Marcus and Naomi had been together, her face glowing with happiness. That's her, Amara whispered, her fingers gently brushing the photo. Marcus nodded, his throat tightening. She was amazing, he said softly. And she loved you so much. They spent the next hour looking through the album, sharing stories and memories. For the first time, Amara began to feel like she was part of something, a family history that was hers to share. As the evening wound down, Marcus walked Amara to the door. Just as they were about to say goodbye, Ms. Taylor's phone buzzed with a message. Her expression grew serious as she read it. What's wrong? Marcus asked. There's a hearing scheduled for Amara's long-term placement, Ms. Taylor explained. Her current foster family has expressed interest in adopting her. Marcus's stomach dropped. But I'm her father. Doesn't that change things? Ms. Taylor sighed. It does, but the system doesn't work that quickly. You'll need to prove that taking custody is in Amara's best interest, and the foster family has been caring for her for over a year. They have a strong case. Marcus glanced at Amara, who was looking between him and Ms. Taylor with a mixture of confusion and fear. What does that mean for me? She asked quietly. Marcus knelt down to her level, placing a steady hand on her shoulder. It means we have to fight, but I'm not giving up. You're my daughter, and I'll do everything I can to make sure you're with me. That night, Marcus stayed up late, poring over legal documents and contacting his lawyer. He knew the road ahead would be difficult, but he also knew one thing for certain: he wasn't going to let Amara down. As he closed the last file and turned off his desk lamp, he thought of her small smile and the way she had asked, "Can we do this again?" Yes, we can, he whispered to himself. And we will. The announcement of the custody hearing sent shockwaves through Marcus's life. The thought of losing Amara to another family felt unbearable, especially after everything they had started to build together. He knew he had a long road ahead, filled with legal obstacles and emotional challenges, but he was ready to fight for his daughter. Marcus spent the next few days tirelessly preparing for the custody hearing. He worked closely with his lawyer, Laura Bennett, a sharp and experienced family law attorney. Laura listened attentively as Marcus explained everything: his relationship with Amara, Naomi's letter, and the DNA results that confirmed their bond. Your connection to her is undeniable, Laura said during one of their meetings. But the court will want to see that you're prepared to take full custody. It's not just about biology, it's about stability and what's best for Amara. Marcus nodded, his resolve unwavering. I'll do whatever it takes. I want to give her the home and the family she deserves. Laura offered a reassuring smile. We'll focus on your strengths, your ability to provide, your willingness to connect with her emotionally, and the fact that she's already starting to bond with you. The foster family has been good to her, but they're not her father. You are. In the days leading up to the hearing, Marcus dedicated himself to proving he could be the parent Amara needed. He met with a child psychologist who conducted an evaluation to ensure he was emotionally equipped for the responsibility. He also gathered character references from colleagues, friends, and even Gerald Carter, his retired judge mentor. Meanwhile, Marcus made sure to spend as much time with Amara as possible. They went on walks, worked on puzzles, and even baked cookies together, though the kitchen ended up covered in flour and laughter.
Incoming dishes!
Dawn Power Wash flies through 99% of grease in half the time.
The better grease getter.
Amara teased as she dusted flour off her teddy bear. "Hey, I'm a judge, not a chef," Marcus replied, grinning. Moments like these reminded Marcus why he was fighting so hard. Amara wasn't just his daughter, she was quickly becoming the center of his world. The day of the hearing arrived, and the courtroom was tense. Marcus sat beside Laura, glancing over at Amara, who was seated with her foster advocate. She looked nervous, her teddy bear clutched tightly in her lap. The foster family presented their case first. They described how they had cared for Amara for over a year, providing her with a stable home and a nurturing environment. Their lawyer emphasized that Amara had formed bonds with their children and was thriving under their care. Marcus couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt as he listened. The foster family clearly cared about Amara, and he was grateful for the role they had played in her life. But he also knew that he was her father, and he couldn't let her go without a fight. When it was Marcus's turn to speak, he took a deep breath and stepped up to the witness stand. Laura guided him through the questions, allowing him to explain his perspective to the judge. "Your Honor," Marcus said, his voice steady, "I didn't know about Amara until recently. If I had, I would have been there for her from the very beginning. But now that I do know, I'm fully committed to being the father she needs." He described the steps he had taken to build a relationship with Amara and the plans he had for her future: a stable home, access to education, and above all, unconditional love. When the opposing lawyer cross-examined him, they questioned his ability to transition from being a single man with a demanding career to a full-time parent. "I've spent my life balancing responsibility and dedication," Marcus replied firmly. "Being a father is the most important responsibility I'll ever have, and I'm ready for it." The turning point of the hearing came when Amara was asked to speak. The judge gave her the option to share her thoughts, and after a moment of hesitation, she nodded. Amara stood up, her small frame dwarfed by the courtroom's imposing walls. She looked at Marcus, then at the foster family, and finally at the judge. "I'm really grateful for everything my foster family has done for me," she began, her voice steady but soft. "But I've always wanted to know my dad. And now that I do, I don't want to lose him." Her words hung in the air, carrying a weight that brought tears to Marcus's eyes. "I feel safe with him," Amara continued. "He listens to me, and he tries really hard to make me feel like I belong. I know it's new, but I think he really cares about me. And I care about him too." After closing arguments, the judge announced a recess to deliberate. The room fell silent as everyone waited for the decision that would shape Amara's future. Marcus sat with his hands clasped tightly, his heart pounding in his chest. When the judge returned, they addressed the room with calm authority. "This is not an easy decision," they began. "Both parties have shown their dedication to Amara's well-being, and it's clear that she is loved. However, given the biological relationship and the effort demonstrated by Mr. Hensley to build a bond with his daughter, I find that awarding custody to him is in Amara's best interest." A collective breath filled the room, and Marcus felt a wave of relief wash over him. He glanced at Amara, who was already smiling through her tears. As the hearing concluded, Marcus knelt down and opened his arms. Amara ran into them without hesitation, holding him tightly. "You did it, Dad," she whispered, her voice muffled against his shoulder. "No," Marcus said, his voice thick with emotion. "We did it. Together." For the first time in years, Marcus felt like his life had purpose beyond the courtroom. Amara was his family, and their journey was just beginning. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them as father and daughter. Together, the decision in the courtroom marked the beginning of a new chapter for Marcus and Amara. While the victory had been emotional and empowering, both knew the real work was just starting. They were now officially father and daughter, and their lives were about to intertwine in ways neither had experienced before. The day Amara moved into Marcus's home was a mixture of excitement and nervousness. Marcus had spent the days leading up to it preparing her room, filling it with books, a colorful bedspread, and small decorations he thought she might like. When Amara arrived, clutching her teddy bear and a small suitcase. Her eyes widened as she stepped inside. "This is mine?" she asked softly, looking around the room. Marcus knelt down beside her. "All yours. And if there's anything you want to add or change, just let me know. This is your home now." Amara set her teddy bear on the bed and ran her fingers over the bookshelf. "I've never had a room like this before," she admitted, her voice tinged with both awe and hesitation. "Well," Marcus said with a smile, "you deserve it. This is just the start." The first few weeks were an adjustment for both of them. Amara was used to the rules and routines of foster care, where everything was structured and impersonal. Marcus, on the other hand, was navigating the challenges of being a single father for the first time. There were moments of trial and error, forgotten lunchboxes, bedtime negotiations, and even a burnt dinner or two. But there were also moments of joy, laughter over board games, shared stories about Naomi, and quiet evenings reading together on the couch. One evening, as Marcus tucked Amara in, she hesitated before speaking. "Are you sure you're okay with this?" she asked, her voice small. Marcus looked at her, his expression softening. "Why would you ask that?" I don't want to mess things up," she said, hugging her teddy bear tightly. Marcus sat beside her and placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Amara, you're not messing anything up. We're figuring this out together, and I wouldn't trade this for anything. You're my daughter, and that's all that matters."
One wash, it smells so clean. Downy rinse and refresh, it's a dream.
Try Ivory Body Wash. Safe for your family. A brand trusted by moms for 7 generations.
Her eyes glistened, but she nodded, a small smile forming. "Okay," she whispered, adjusting to her new school proved to be another hurdle. Amara struggled to fit in, often feeling out of place among her peers. She was quiet and kept to herself, something her teacher noted in a parent-teacher meeting. "She's very bright," the teacher said, glancing at Marcus. "But she seems hesitant to connect with other kids. It's not uncommon given her background, but it might take some time for her to feel comfortable." Marcus nodded, taking in the feedback. That evening, he brought up the conversation with Amara. "How's school going for you?" he asked as they cleaned up after dinner. "It's okay," she said, shrugging. "I just don't know what to say to people. I don't want them asking about my mom or foster care." Marcus understood. "You don't have to explain anything to anyone if you don't want to," he said gently. "But it's okay to let people in when you're ready. You're a great kid, Amara. Anyone would be lucky to be your friend." Amara gave a small nod, his words sinking in. One weekend, Marcus surprised Amara with tickets to a local art fair. He knew she loved drawing and hoped it would be a chance for her to relax and have fun. As they wandered through the colorful stalls, Amara's eyes lit up at the vibrant paintings and handcrafted items. At one booth, an artist was giving free drawing lessons to kids. Marcus nudged Amara gently. "Want to give it a try?" She hesitated but then nodded, stepping forward with a mix of curiosity and excitement. As she sketched, Marcus watched from the sidelines, pride swelling in his chest. For the first time, she seemed truly at ease, her natural talent shining through. When the session ended, the artist handed her the drawing. "You're really talented," he said with a smile. "Keep at it." Amara beamed as she showed Marcus her work. "What do you think?" "I think it's amazing," Marcus said, his voice filled with sincerity. "You're amazing." That evening, as they sat together looking through her new sketchpad, Amara asked a question that caught Marcus off guard. "What was my mom like when you knew her?" Marcus paused, a bittersweet smile forming. "She was incredible. Smart, funny, and strong. She loved deeply, and she always wanted the best for you." Amara listened intently, her eyes searching his face. "Do you think she'd be proud of me?" Marcus reached out, placing a hand on hers. I know she would. She'd be proud of how brave you are, how kind you are, and how much you've grown. For the first time, Amara seemed to believe it. She leaned against Marcus, her head resting on his shoulder. I'm glad I found you, she said quietly. Marcus's heart swelled. I'm glad you did too. As the days turned into weeks, Marcus and Amara began to find their rhythm. It wasn't perfect, there were still challenges and moments of doubt, but their bond grew stronger with each passing day. For Marcus, being a father was no longer an unfamiliar role, it was the most important part of his life. And for Amara, the once lonely girl with a teddy bear, life finally felt like it was filled with hope, love, and the beginnings of a true family. Months had passed since the custody hearing, and life for Marcus and Amara was beginning to feel steady, even joyful. Their once nervous interactions had blossomed into a bond filled with trust, laughter, and a sense of belonging. Yet, there was one final piece of their story that Marcus felt needed closure: Amara's connection to Naomi. One sunny Saturday morning, Marcus knocked on Amara's bedroom door, holding a box wrapped in a soft blue ribbon. She looked up from her sketchpad as he entered, her face lighting up with curiosity. "What's that?" she asked, setting her pencil down. Marcus placed the box on her bed and sat beside her. "It's something I've been meaning to share with you. I've been holding on to these for a long time, and I think it's time you have them." Amara carefully untied the ribbon and lifted the lid. Inside, she found photographs, letters, and small keepsakes from Marcus's time with Naomi. There were candid snapshots of them laughing together, letters Naomi had written but never sent, and even a bracelet she used to wear, a simple silver chain with a tiny heart charm. "She wore this all the time," Amara said, her voice soft as she held the bracelet in her hands. "She did," Marcus replied. "She loved it. She said it reminded her of you, even before you were born." Amara smiled, her eyes glistening with tears. "I miss her so much." Marcus wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "I know you do. And I want you to know it's okay to miss her. She's a part of you, and always will be." Later that day, Marcus asked Amara if she would like to visit Naomi's grave. She nodded, her expression a mixture of sadness and determination. Together, they drove to the cemetery, carrying a bouquet of bright yellow daisies, Naomi's favorite flowers. Standing by the headstone, Amara placed the flowers gently on the grave. She stared at the inscription for a long moment before speaking. "Hi, Mom," she said quietly. "It's me, Amara. I wanted you to know. I found him. I found Dad."
Always Flex Foam stays dry and fresh. See what foam can do for you.
Stains are certain, so is the power of Tide, with 50% more cleaning power.
And he's everything you said he'd be. He's kind, and he cares about me. I think you'd be proud of us." Marcus stood beside her, his throat tight with emotion. He placed a hand on her shoulder as she continued. "I'll never forget you," Amara whispered. "But I'm happy now. I have Dad, and I think I'm going to be okay." After the visit, they spent the rest of the afternoon at a nearby park, sitting on a bench by the lake. Amara leaned her head against Marcus's arm, her teddy bear in her lap as they watched the water ripple in the breeze. "Do you think she knows?" Amara asked suddenly. "Knows what?" Marcus replied. "That we're okay. That we're a family now." Marcus smiled, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "I think she knows. And I think she's proud of you, of both of us." Amara tilted her head up to look at him. "I'm glad you found me, Dad." Marcus's heart swelled at the word. "I'm glad you found me too, sweetheart. You've changed my life in ways I never imagined." As the weeks turned into months, Marcus and Amara continued to grow together. Amara excelled in school, her confidence blooming as she made friends and pursued her passion for art. Marcus took every opportunity to support her, attending school events, encouraging her creativity, and always reminding her how proud he was. One evening, as they sat together looking through one of Amara's sketchbooks, she handed him a drawing. It was a simple but heartfelt piece, a picture of the two of them holding hands, with the word family written above. Marcus stared at the drawing, his eyes misting. "This is beautiful, Amara. I'm going to frame it." "You really like it?" she asked shyly. "I love it," he said, pulling her into a hug. "Just like I love you." The journey that had begun with uncertainty and loss had transformed into something neither of them could have predicted, a bond stronger than either had ever known. For Amara, Marcus had become a steady presence, a protector, and a father in every sense of the word. And for Marcus, Amara had given his life a depth and purpose he never realized was missing. As they sat together that night, sharing stories and laughter, Marcus felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Their journey hadn't been easy, but it had been worth every step. For the first time, both of them felt whole, ready to embrace whatever the future might hold. Together, this story reminds us that life is full of unexpected twists, and sometimes, the bonds we create through love and understanding can be even stronger than those forged by time. Marcus and Amara's journey shows that no matter how much has been lost, it's never too late to rebuild, reconnect, and create a future filled with hope and family. If this story touched your heart, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Your support helps us share more stories of resilience, love, and the beauty of second chances. Hit the notification bell so you never miss another inspiring tale. Thank you for being part of this journey with us.
Okay, y'all. I mean, look, let me know what's up because hold on. Okay. But yeah, most definitely it's a part 2 to that. So I can do part 2 tomorrow. Y'all let me know. Look, I got hours I need to run up. I got hours I need to run up, Chad. So I'm definitely gonna be on here and look, however many videos I need to play, I'm gonna play it. But I only got time for maybe about one with a push or 2 videos. I am going to play part 2 of what we just saw, so that can already be complete, and then I can go ahead and delete that part off of my playlist. And then hey, we'll go from there. So yeah, I'm about to get ready and play part 2. If y'all still here, hey, let's go. Let's get it. Let's kick it and some more stuff. Let me go ahead and share. Y'all let me know what's going on. What's going on? If y'all want something in between, we can do something in between. Okay. Tangela say yes. Let's play part 2. Baby, it don't take one. I only need one person to actually look. Only need one person. Child. That's it. That's all. Okay, so we about to get into part 2. Let me pull up part 2 real quick. Real quick. Let me pull up part 2. I see it's a lot going on. Child. Will never be able to discredit anything or anybody when it got to do with the drama, baby, because that's gonna go tit for tat all the time. So part 2 is ready. Okay, so let me share the screen and we go from there. And here we go right here. Okay.
Orphan raised in the foster system, unexpectedly declared to Judge Marcus Hensley, "You're my dad, everything changed forever." This is a story of loss, love, and the incredible power of second chances. Will they be able to connect and build a true family despite the years that kept them apart? How will Amara and Marcus overcome the shadows of the past to find hope for the future? Subscribe to our channel to follow this heartfelt journey, and let us know in the comments where you're watching from. Your support helps us share more inspiring stories like this one. The moving truck had come and gone, leaving Amara with a small suitcase and her ever-present teddy bear in the middle of a new, unfamiliar room. The walls were painted a soft lavender, the bed was made with a colorful quilt, and a row of books sat neatly on a shelf, waiting for her to explore them. It didn't feel like home, not yet. Amara glanced around, clutching her teddy bear tightly, her gaze falling on the window where sunlight streamed through sheer curtains. It all felt so different, so quiet. Marcus stood in the doorway, watching her with a mix of hope and nervousness. "What do you think?" he asked, his voice warm but tentative. He was trying, and she could see that, but the weight of uncertainty hung heavily in the air. "It's nice," Amara said softly, her fingers brushing over the edge of the quilt as she sat on the bed. She avoided his eyes, unsure of what to say. She wasn't used to this kind of attention, or this kind of room. Marcus stepped inside, his hands in his pockets, unsure of how to bridge the gap between them. "You can make it your own, you know. Add anything you want, posters, photos, whatever feels right. This is your space now." Amara nodded but said nothing. It was a kind offer, but the idea of decorating the room made her feel exposed. She wasn't sure what her own looked like yet. The first few days were quiet, each of them tiptoeing around the other, trying to find a rhythm. Marcus would knock softly on her door in the morning to wake her up, careful not to startle her, and she would shyly accept his offer to drive her to school. Evenings were a mix of small talk over dinner and long silences as they adjusted to sharing the same space. One evening, Marcus decided to break the ice. He walked into the living room with a deck of cards and a determined smile. "How about a game?" he asked, holding the cards up like a peace offering. Amara looked up from her sketchpad, where she had been absently doodling. "What kind of game?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "Go fish," Marcus said, sitting across from her at the coffee table. "It's been a while since I've played, so you might have an advantage." Amara smirked slightly. "I'm pretty good," she said, setting her sketchpad aside and leaning forward. For the next half hour, the room filled with the sound of shuffling cards, playful banter, and the occasional groan of defeat. Amara's guarded demeanor began to melt away as she let herself enjoy the game, even teasing Marcus when he fumbled through the rules. "You're terrible at this," she said with a small laugh, her eyes lighting up for the first time since she'd arrived. "Terrible? I'm letting you win," Marcus replied, though the mischievous glint in her eyes told him she didn't believe him for a second. Like these became their new normal. Slowly but surely, Marcus and Amara began to create their own traditions. They started baking cookies on Sunday afternoons, though Marcus's tendency to misread recipes often led to chaotic flour fights and slightly burnt results. Amara, despite her initial hesitation, began adding little touches to her room, a few drawings taped to the walls, a small plant on her windowsill, and a framed photo of her and her mother. One night, after tucking Amara into bed, Marcus lingered in the doorway for a moment, watching her as she cuddled her teddy bear. "Good night, Amara," he said softly. "Good night, Dad," she replied, her voice quiet but steady. The word felt new, strange even, but it carried a warmth that filled Marcus's chest. He smiled to himself as he closed the door, knowing that they were taking the first steps towards something neither of them had experienced before, a home. The flyer sat on the kitchen table, its bright colors and bold lettering announcing the upcoming school talent showcase. Amara stared at it while absent-mindedly stirring her cereal, her appetite long gone. The idea of standing in front of her classmates made her stomach churn, but her teacher had encouraged everyone to participate. Marcus walked into the kitchen, his tie slightly askew as he sipped his morning coffee. He noticed the flyer and the look on Amara's face. "What's this?" he asked, picking it up. "Just a school thing," she said, shrugging, her eyes fixed on her cereal bowl. "They want us to perform something, sing, dance, whatever. It's no big deal." Marcus raised an eyebrow, sensing her discomfort. "And are you going to sign up?" Amara shook her head quickly. "No way. I'm not doing that." "Why not?" he asked gently, sitting across from her. Amara hesitated, her fingers tightening around her spoon. "Because it's stupid. And, what if they laugh at me?" Marcus leaned back in his chair, studying her for a moment. "I don't think it's stupid," he said. "And I think you'd surprise yourself if you tried. Do you have any ideas for what you'd do?" Amara didn't answer right away. She toyed with the edge of her sleeve, her mind racing. She loved to draw and had even practiced sketching portraits, but showing her artwork felt too personal. "Maybe I could draw something," she said quietly, barely meeting his eyes. "That sounds like a great idea," Marcus said, his voice full of encouragement. "You're really talented, Amara. People would love to see what you can do." She looked at him, unsure. "You think so?" "I know so," he replied with a smile. "And I'll help you get ready if you want. We can practice together." For the next few days, Marcus made it his mission to build her confidence. After dinner, they sat together at the dining table, Amara sketching while Marcus offered suggestions and words of encouragement. She decided to draw a portrait of a superhero, a blend of Wonder Woman and someone she imagined her mother might admire. Her strokes were careful but bold, and as the picture took shape, Marcus couldn't hide his amazement. "Amara, this is incredible," he said, holding up the nearly finished piece. "Your classmates are going to love this." Amara smiled faintly but didn't say anything. A part of her wanted to believe him, but the fear of standing in front of her peers still loomed large. The night of the event arrived faster than she had anticipated. Amara stood in her room, staring at her reflection in the mirror. She had chosen a simple outfit but made sure it was neat and presentable. Her sketch was carefully tucked into a folder, ready to be displayed.
Next! Stuck at the DMV and I think I'm late on my car insurance.
Good thing the General gives you a break with flexible.
Marcus appeared in the doorway, straightening the cuff of his shirt. "You ready?" he asked. "I guess," she murmured, clutching the folder tightly. "What if they don't like it?" Marcus knelt down to her level, resting a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "It's not about what they think. It's about you being brave enough to share something that means a lot to you. And that's already amazing." Amara nodded, his words giving her a small boost of confidence. Together, they drove to the school, the halls buzzing with excitement as students prepared for their performances. When it was Amara's turn, she stepped onto the small stage, her heart pounding in her chest. She placed her sketch on the easel provided and faced the audience. For a moment, her mind went blank as dozens of faces stared back at her. She glanced at Marcus, who was sitting in the front row, giving her an encouraging nod. Taking a deep breath, she began to speak. "This is a drawing I made. It's a superhero, but not just any superhero. It's someone strong, brave, and kind, like my mom." The room fell silent as she described her inspiration and the details of her artwork. When she finished, there was a brief pause before the room erupted in applause. Amara blinked, her cheeks flushing as she realized they were clapping for her, for something she had created. Marcus stood, clapping the loudest, his pride evident. As she walked off the stage, he met her with a big smile. "You were incredible," he said, ruffling her hair. Amara grinned, the fear that had gripped her earlier now replaced with a feeling of accomplishment. "It wasn't so bad," she admitted. On the drive home, Amara stared out the window, a small smile playing on her lips. For the first time, she felt like maybe, just maybe, she could belong. And as she looked over at Marcus, she realized she wasn't alone in this journey. They were building something together, one small step at a time. It started on a quiet Saturday morning, with sunlight streaming through the living room windows and the faint sound of birds outside. Marcus had been sorting through an old closet, muttering about clearing space for Amara's growing collection of art supplies, when he stumbled upon the box. It was tucked away behind a stack of books and a dusty briefcase he hadn't touched in years. As soon as he saw the faded cardboard edges and familiar handwriting on the lid, his breath caught. He set the box on the coffee table, brushing off the dust, and paused. It was as if the box itself carried a weight, memories he hadn't revisited in over a decade. Before he could decide whether to open it, Amara walked into the room, clutching her sketchpad. She stopped mid-step when she saw his expression. "What's that?" she asked, curiosity flashing in her wide eyes. Marcus hesitated for a moment before stepping aside. "It's something from a long time ago. From when I knew your mom." Amara's grip on her sketchpad tightened. "Can I see?" He nodded, stepping back as she set her sketchpad on the couch and knelt in front of the box. Carefully, as if it might crumble under her touch, she lifted the lid. The first thing she saw was a stack of photographs, their edges worn but the images still clear. She picked one up, a candid shot of Marcus and Naomi sitting on a park bench, laughing at something out of frame. "That's her," Amara whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "She looks happy." She was, Marcus said softly, sitting beside her. She had this way of making every moment feel special. Amara flipped through the photos, each one offering a glimpse of a time she had never known. There were snapshots of Marcus and Naomi at a picnic, celebrating birthdays, and even one where Naomi was holding a paintbrush, her face smeared with streaks of blue and green. Amara smiled at that one, a flicker of recognition sparking in her eyes. "She used to paint," she said quietly. "I remember watching her when I was little." Marcus smiled. "She was incredible at it. She always said art was how she made sense of the world." As they dug deeper into the box, Amara found a bundle of letters tied with a delicate ribbon. Her fingers hovered over them for a moment before she looked at Marcus. "Can I read these?" "They're yours now," he said gently. "They were meant for you." Amara untied the ribbon carefully, as though the letters might fall apart if she rushed. The first one was dated years before she was born, and it was addressed to Marcus. She began to read aloud, her voice steady but filled with emotion. "Dear Marcus, I've been thinking a lot about where life is taking us. I don't know what the future holds, but I hope you always know how much you mean to me." Her voice wavered as she read the last line. "She really cared about you." Marcus nodded, his throat tight. "We cared about each other a lot. She was one of a kind." Amara set the first letter aside and opened another, this one addressed to her. The handwriting was the same, but the words were different, filled with a mother's love and hope for the future.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? The lightweight moisturization of Old Spice lotion is like treating your skin to a glamorous vacation in Fiji. Did you know my skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart.
My dearest Amara, if you're reading this, it means you found your way to a new chapter in life. I hope you know how much I love you and how proud I am of the person you're becoming. Never forget that you are stronger than you think and more loved than you'll ever realize. Tears welled in Amara's eyes as she finished reading. She folded the letter carefully and clutched it to her chest, her emotions too overwhelming for words. Marcus reached out, placing a steady hand on her shoulder. She was so proud of you, Amara. She always talked about how strong and creative you were. For the rest of the afternoon, they sat together, going through the photos and letters. Each one painted a fuller picture of Naomi, her humor, her creativity, and the depth of her love for both of them. Amara asked questions, eager to piece together the puzzle of her mother's life, and Marcus answered with stories that brought the photos to life. By the time the sun began to set, Amara felt something she hadn't expected, a sense of connection, not just to her mother but to Marcus as well. These memories, though bittersweet, were now hers to keep. And in sharing them, she and Marcus had taken another step toward becoming a family. As they put the photos back in the box, Amara glanced at Marcus, a small smile on her face. "Thank you," she said softly. "For keeping these." Marcus smiled back, his heart swelling with emotion. "Thank you for sharing them with me." That night, as Amara drifted off to sleep, the box sat on her nightstand, a new treasure filled with pieces of the past that would help her build her future. The morning air was crisp and cool, carrying the promise of an adventure. Marcus stood by the car, loading a small cooler and a couple of overnight bags into the trunk. He had spent days planning this trip, mapping out the scenic routes and picking a quiet mountain lodge where he and Amara could take a break from their new routine and bond in a way they hadn't yet had a chance to. Amara emerged from the house clutching her sketchpad and her ever-present teddy bear. She looked up at Marcus with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. "Are you sure this is going to be fun?" she asked, her tone guarded. Marcus grinned, trying to mask his own nervousness about whether the trip would go as planned. "Absolutely. Fresh air, no homework, and I might even let you choose the music in the car." Amara raised an eyebrow but climbed into the passenger seat, carefully placing her sketchpad on her lap. Marcus slid into the driver's seat, glancing at her as he started the engine. "Ready?" "Ready," she said, though her voice lacked the conviction he had hoped for. The drive began quietly, with Amara sketching as the car weaved through tree-lined roads. Marcus kept stealing glances at her, wondering how to break the ice. After a while, he reached over and flipped on the radio, scrolling through stations until he landed on one playing a familiar tune. "Your mom loved this song," he said casually, tapping the steering wheel in rhythm. Amara looked up from her sketchpad, her interest piqued. "She did? Big time. She used to sing it all the time, terribly, I might add," Marcus said with a chuckle. A small smile tugged at Amara's lips. "I can't imagine her being bad at anything." "Oh, she was definitely bad at singing," Marcus said with a laugh. "But she didn't care. She'd sing loud enough for the neighbors to hear." Amara giggled, and the sound filled the car, easing the tension that had lingered. "Maybe I'll try singing it sometime," she said, surprising both of them. "Now that's something I'd pay to hear," Marcus teased, earning an eye roll from Amara. As the miles rolled by, the landscape shifted from sprawling suburbs to rolling hills and dense forests. By the time they reached the base of the mountains, Amara's mood had visibly brightened. She leaned forward, her eyes wide as she took in the towering peaks and winding trails. "This is so much cooler than I thought it'd be," she admitted, her excitement finally breaking through. Marcus parked the car near a trailhead and grabbed their backpacks. We've got a short hike to the lodge. Think you can handle it? Amara nodded, her teddy bear tucked securely into her bag. I can handle it. The hike was slow but steady, with Marcus pointing out wildflowers and birds while Amara sketched quick outlines of the scenery. They paused at a small stream, where Amara crouched to study the way the sunlight sparkled on the water. It's so pretty, she said, her voice full of wonder. Marcus smiled, watching her. It is. Kind of like your drawings, simple but full of life. Amara looked up at him, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. You really think so? I know so, he replied. They reached the lodge by late afternoon, its rustic charm blending seamlessly with the surrounding forest. The caretaker, an older woman with a warm smile, greeted them and showed them to their cabin. Inside, the wooden walls and cozy furniture made the space feel like a perfect retreat. That evening, Marcus built a fire while Amara sat on the rug, sketching the flickering flames. This is way better than watching TV, she said, surprising Marcus again with her honesty. You know, you're full of surprises, Marcus said, tossing another log onto the fire. I didn't think you'd enjoy this so much. I didn't think I would either, Amara admitted. But it's nice. Peaceful. The next day brought its own adventures. They attempted to fish at a nearby lake, though neither of them caught anything except fits of laughter when Marcus slipped and nearly fell in. They tried their hand at making s'mores, with Amara scolding Marcus for burning the marshmallows, and they hiked to a lookout point that offered a breathtaking view of the valley below. As they sat on a rocky ledge, sharing a water bottle and a bag of trail mix, Amara glanced at Marcus. Do you think we'll do more trips like this? She asked. Definitely, Marcus said without hesitation. But next time, you're in charge of the marshmallows. Amara laughed, the sound echoing through the open air. For the first time in a long while, she felt a sense of belonging, a feeling that maybe this new life wasn't so scary after all. On the drive back home, Amara fell asleep in the passenger seat, her teddy bear tucked under her arm. Marcus glanced at her, his heart swelling with a mixture of pride and gratitude. They still had a long way to go, but this trip had been a step in the right direction, a memory they'd both carry as a cornerstone of the family they were building. It was a chilly afternoon when Marcus and Amara decided to stop by a local cafe after running errands. The small, cozy shop smelled of fresh coffee and baked goods, and Marcus had hoped a warm drink and a slice of cake might lift Amara's spirits after a long week at school. She had been unusually quiet, doodling in her sketchpad while he went through his usual work emails. As they stepped inside, Amara's mood seemed to lighten slightly. She chose a corner table, her sketchpad in hand, and Marcus went to the counter to place their order. The cafe hummed with soft chatter and the clinking of cups, a comforting backdrop to their quiet moment. But the calm shattered when Amara's name was called. Amara? The voice was familiar, too familiar. Amara froze, her hand hovering over her sketchpad. Slowly, she turned toward the sound, her eyes widening in recognition. Standing a few feet away was Mrs. Carter, her former foster mother. Beside her was Mr. Carter, holding the hand of a younger child, a boy Amara vaguely remembered from her time in their home. They looked almost the same as she remembered, Mrs. Carter with her tidy ponytail and Mr. Carter with his thick-rimmed glasses, but something about seeing them here, in this moment, felt surreal. Amara, it is you. Mrs. Carter said, her tone a mix of surprise and something Amara couldn't quite place. We haven't seen you in so long. Amara's chest tightened, and her eyes darted to Marcus, who was still at the counter, unaware of the encounter. She felt an overwhelming rush of emotions, discomfort, confusion, and a faint pang of something resembling guilt. Hi, she said softly, clutching her sketchpad tightly. How have you been? Mrs. Carter asked, taking a step closer. We heard you were placed with a new family. Amara nodded but didn't elaborate. Memories of her time with the Carters surfaced unbidden, dinners eaten in silence, endless rules, and the quiet loneliness that had weighed on her even in a house full of people. Marcus, noticing the exchange, returned to the table with their drinks. He set them down carefully, his gaze flickering between Amara and the Carters. "Everything okay here?" he asked, his tone calm but protective. "Oh, you must be her new guardian," Mrs. Carter said, extending a hand. "I'm Mrs. Carter. Amara lived with us for a time." Marcus shook her hand politely but stayed close to Amara, sensing her unease. "I see. It's nice to meet you," he said, though his focus remained on Amara, who was staring at her lap. The boy tugged on Mrs. Carter's sleeve. "Can we go now?" he asked impatiently, looking at Amara with mild curiosity but no recognition. Mrs. Carter smiled apologetically. "Well, we won't keep you. It was nice seeing you again, Amara. Take care." As they left, Amara let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Marcus sat across from her, concern etched into his features. "You okay?" he asked gently. Amara nodded but didn't look up. "I didn't think I'd see them again," she said quietly. "You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to," Marcus said. "But if you do, I'm here." Amara hesitated, tracing patterns on the edge of her sketchpad. "They weren't bad people," she said finally. "But it didn't feel like home. I was just there." Marcus nodded, his heart aching for her. "I can't imagine how hard that must have been." Amara shrugged, her voice trembling. "I tried to fit in, but I always felt like an outsider. Like I didn't belong." Marcus leaned forward, resting his hand gently on hers. "You belong now," he said firmly. "With me, you belong." Her eyes met his, glistening with unshed tears. For a moment, neither of them spoke, the weight of her words settling between them. As they left the cafe and walked back to the car, Amara glanced at Marcus. I think I'm glad we ran into them," she said softly. "Why's that?" he asked, unlocking the car. "Because it reminded me of how different things are now." "How much better," she said, her voice steadied despite the emotion behind it. Marcus smiled as he opened the door for her. "I'm glad you feel that way, Amara. And just so you know, you're stuck with me now." Amara climbed into the car, a small smile breaking through the lingering sadness. As Marcus started the engine, she opened her sketchpad and began to draw. The lines flowed freely, capturing not the shadows of the past but the brightness of the present, a life she was finally beginning to call her own. It was a chilly afternoon when Marcus and Amara decided to stop by a local cafe after running errands. The small, cozy shop smelled of fresh coffee and baked goods, and Marcus had hoped a warm drink and a slice of cake might lift Amara's spirits after a long week at school. She had been unusually quiet, doodling in her sketchpad while he went through his usual work emails. As they stepped inside, Amara's mood seemed to lighten slightly. She chose a corner table, her sketchpad in hand, and Marcus went to the counter to place their order. The cafe hummed with soft chatter and the clinking of cups, a comforting backdrop to their quiet moment. But the calm shattered when Amara's name was called. "Amara?" The voice was familiar, too familiar. Amara froze, her hand hovering over her sketchpad. Slowly, she turned toward the sound, her eyes widening in recognition. Standing a few feet away was Mrs. Carter, her former foster mother. Beside her was Mr. Carter, holding the hand of a younger child, a boy Amara vaguely remembered from her time in their home. They looked almost the same as she remembered, Mrs. Carter with her tidy ponytail and Mr. Carter with his thick-rimmed glasses, but something about seeing them here, in this moment, felt surreal. "Amara, it is you," Mrs. Carter said, her tone a mix of surprise and something Amara couldn't quite place. "We haven't seen you in so long." Amara's chest tightened, and her eyes darted to Marcus, who was still at the counter, unaware of the encounter. She felt an overwhelming rush of emotions, discomfort, confusion, and a faint pang of something resembling guilt. "Hi," she said softly, clutching her sketchpad tightly. "How have you been?" Mrs. Carter asked, taking a step closer. "We heard you were placed with a new family." Amara nodded but didn't elaborate. Memories of her time with the Carters surfaced unbidden, dinners eaten in silence, endless rules, and the quiet loneliness that had weighed on her even in a house full of people. Marcus, noticing the exchange, returned to the table with their drinks. He set them down carefully, his gaze flickering between Amara and the Carters. "Everything okay here?" he asked, his tone calm but protective. "Oh, you must be her new guardian," Mrs. Carter said, extending a hand. "I'm Mrs. Carter. Amara lived with us for a time." Marcus shook her hand politely but stayed close to Amara, sensing her unease. "I see. It's nice to meet you," he said, though his focus remained on Amara, who was staring at her lap. The boy tugged on Mrs. Carter's sleeve. "Can we go now?" he asked impatiently, looking at Amara with mild curiosity but no recognition. Mrs. Carter smiled apologetically. "Well, we won't keep you. It was nice seeing you again, Amara. Take care." As they left, Amara let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Marcus sat across from her, concern etched into his features. "You okay?" he asked gently. Amara nodded but didn't look up. "I didn't think I'd see them again," she said quietly. "You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to," Marcus said. "But if you do, I'm here." Amara hesitated, tracing patterns on the edge of her sketchpad. "They weren't bad people," she said finally. "But it didn't feel like home. I was just there." Marcus nodded, his heart aching for her. "I can't imagine how hard that must have been." Amara shrugged, her voice trembling. "I tried to fit in, but I always felt like an outsider. Like I didn't belong." Marcus leaned forward, resting his hand gently on hers. "You belong now," he said firmly. "With me, you belong." Her eyes met his, glistening with unshed tears. For a moment, neither of them spoke, the weight of her words settling between them. As they left the cafe and walked back to the car, Amara glanced at Marcus. I think I'm glad we ran into them," she said softly. "Why's that?" he asked, unlocking the car. "Because it reminded me of how different things are now." "How much better," she said, her voice steadied despite the emotion behind it. Marcus smiled as he opened the door for her. "I'm glad you feel that way, Amara. And just so you know, you're stuck with me now." Amara climbed into the car, a small smile breaking through the lingering sadness. As Marcus started the engine, she opened her sketchpad and began to draw. The lines flowed freely, capturing not the shadows of the past but the brightness of the present, a life she was finally beginning to call her own. The invitation was printed on glossy cardstock, with bold letters announcing the annual school art exhibit. It had been slipped into Amara's backpack by her teacher, along with a handwritten note encouraging her to participate. Amara stared at the card for days, unsure whether to mention it to Marcus. She loved drawing, it was her escape, her way of processing the world, but sharing it with others felt terrifying. One evening, while Marcus was sorting through papers at the dining table, Amara finally placed the invitation in front of him. "What's this?" he asked, picking it up and scanning the details. "It's for an art show," Amara mumbled, her eyes fixed on the table. "They want us to submit something if we want to." Marcus smiled. "That's great. Are you thinking about entering?" Amara hesitated, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her sweater. "I don't know. What if no one likes it?" Marcus set the card down and leaned closer. "Amara, your art is amazing. I've seen how much thought and heart you put into it. This is a chance for people to see that too. She looked up at him, her doubt still evident. But what if they don't get it? What if they think it's stupid? They won't, Marcus said firmly. But even if someone doesn't understand it, that doesn't make it any less incredible. Art is about sharing a piece of yourself, and I think that's really brave. Amara bit her lip, mulling over his words. Finally, she gave a small nod. Okay. I'll try. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of preparation. Amara spent hours in her room, sketching and erasing, trying to decide what to submit. Marcus occasionally peeked in to check on her, bringing snacks or offering a word of encouragement. One evening, she called him into her room, where several finished pieces were spread across her desk. I don't know which one to pick, she admitted, her voice tinged with frustration. Marcus studied the drawings carefully. One was a vibrant landscape, another a portrait of a superhero, and the last was a softer, more emotional piece, a girl sitting under a tree, clutching a teddy bear while the branches above her seemed to stretch protectively. This one, Marcus said, pointing to the last drawing. It feels personal. Like it tells a story. Amara hesitated, her fingers brushing the edge of the paper. You really think it's good enough? I think it's more than good enough, Marcus said. It's beautiful. With Marcus's reassurance, Amara submitted the drawing. The night of the exhibit arrived faster than she expected. She spent most of the afternoon fretting over what to wear, finally settling on a simple dress and her favorite sneakers. Marcus, sensing her nerves, made a show of tying his tie in every wrong way possible until she laughed and helped him fix it. When they arrived at the school gymnasium, it was already buzzing with parents, students, and teachers. The walls were lined with colorful artwork, each piece framed and labeled. Amara clutched her sketchpad tightly, her eyes scanning the room until she found her drawing. It was displayed near the center, its delicate lines and emotional depth standing out among the vibrant colors around it. Look at that, Marcus said, nudging her gently. Front and center. They knew it was special. Amara's cheeks flushed, but she couldn't help the small smile that crept onto her face. As they moved closer, a group of students gathered around her piece, whispering and pointing. Who drew this? One of them asked, their tone filled with curiosity. Amara froze, her instinct to hide kicking in, but Marcus placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. That's Amara's, he said proudly. The students turned to look at her, their expressions a mix of admiration and intrigue. It's really cool, one of them said. The way the tree looks like it's protecting her, it's kind of comforting. Amara blinked, surprised by the compliment. Thanks, she said softly. Throughout the night, more people stopped to admire her work, including her teacher, who praised her for taking a risk and sharing something so personal. Each kind word chipped away at her self-doubt, replacing it with a growing sense of pride. As the evening wound down, Marcus and Amara stood in front of her drawing one last time. You did it, Marcus said, his voice filled with pride. And look how many people loved it. Amara nodded, her smile now full and genuine. I guess I'm glad I did. On the drive home, Amara leaned her head against the car window, clutching the small certificate of recognition she had received. For the first time, she felt like her art, and by extension, herself, had been truly seen and appreciated. Thanks for making me do this, she said softly. Marcus glanced at her, his heart swelling. I didn't make you do anything, Amara. You did this all on your own. And I couldn't be prouder. As they pulled into the driveway, Amara looked at Marcus, a newfound confidence shining in her eyes. Maybe next year I'll submit 2 pieces, she said with a grin. Marcus laughed. That's my girl. The smell of barbecue wafted through the air as Marcus adjusted the grill, flipping burgers with practiced ease. It was a warm Saturday afternoon, and his backyard was coming to life with laughter and conversation as his closest friends and colleagues arrived. This wasn't just any gathering, this was the first time Marcus was introducing Amara to his circle of friends. He had spent days planning it, determined to make it a comfortable and welcoming experience for her. Amara stood by the kitchen window, watching as unfamiliar faces mingled in the yard. She clutched her sketchpad tightly, her fingers tracing the edges of the cover. The idea of meeting so many new people at once made her stomach twist. What if they didn't like her? Or worse, what if she said something wrong and embarrassed Marcus? "You okay, kiddo?" Marcus asked, stepping into the kitchen. He wiped his hands on a towel and gave her an encouraging smile. Amara glanced up at him, her nerves written all over her face. "There's a lot of people out there." Marcus knelt beside her, his voice gentle. "Yeah, there are. But they're good people, I promise. They're my friends, and they're excited to meet you." "But what if," she started, but Marcus shook his head. "No what ifs. Just be yourself, Amara. They're going to love you, how could they not?" He reached out, lightly tapping the teddy bear poking out of her backpack. "And you've got this guy with you, so you're already in good company." Amara let out a small laugh, her nerves easing just a little. With a deep breath, she nodded. "Okay. I'll try." When they stepped into the yard, Marcus placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Everyone," he called, drawing the group's attention, "this is Amara. My daughter." The chatter quieted, and all eyes turned toward her. Amara's heart raced, but before the silence could stretch too long, a woman stepped forward, her smile warm and welcoming. "Hi, Amara. I'm Grace. Marcus has told us so much about you." Grace crouched slightly, meeting Amara's eyes without overwhelming her. "And from what I've heard, you're quite the artist." Amara blinked, surprised. "He told you that?" "All good things," Grace said with a wink. "He's very proud of you." That seemed to break the ice. One by one, Marcus's friends came over to introduce themselves. There was Gerald, an older retired judge with a booming laugh, who handed Amara a small bag of gummy bears, saying, "Every artist needs their fuel." Then there was Jasmine, Marcus's colleague, who asked about her favorite books and movies, genuinely interested in her answers. Amara found herself slowly relaxing. The people Marcus surrounded himself with weren't intimidating, they were kind and eager to get to know her. As the afternoon went on, she even ventured to the table where a group was playing a board game. Jasmine waved her over. "Want to join? We need someone to help us beat Marcus." Amara hesitated but eventually sat down. Within minutes, she was laughing along with the others as they teased Marcus for losing spectacularly. "You guys planned this," he said, feigning offense as Amara high-fived Jasmine after a winning move. When the burgers were ready, everyone gathered around the long picnic table. Amara sat beside Marcus, feeling a warmth she hadn't expected. Gerald raised a glass of lemonade. "To Marcus and Amara," he said, his voice carrying over the group. "Family is what makes life worth it, and seeing you two together, well, it's the highlight of my day." Amara blushed as everyone raised their glasses. She glanced at Marcus, who smiled and gave her shoulder a squeeze. Here," he said, his voice filled with pride. As the sun began to set, Marcus lit a small fire in the backyard pit, and the group settled into chairs around it. Amara pulled out her sketchpad, feeling braver than she had earlier. Grace leaned over to peek. "Can I see what you're working on?" Amara hesitated for a moment, then turned the sketchpad so Grace could see a drawing of the picnic table with everyone gathered around. Grace's eyes widened. "This is amazing. You've captured everyone perfectly." Others came over to see, and soon Amara was surrounded by compliments and questions about her art. For the first time, she felt like she belonged, not just as Marcus's daughter but as part of something bigger, a community. When the evening wound down and the last guests left, Marcus found Amara sitting by the dying fire, her sketchpad on her lap. "How'd it go?" he asked, sitting beside her. Amara looked up, a small smile playing on her lips. "It was fun. Your friends are nice." "They're your friends too now," Marcus said. "And they think you're pretty great." Amara nodded, her heart feeling lighter than it had in a long time. For the first time, she didn't just feel like someone who lived in Marcus's house. She felt like she belonged in his world, and that made all the difference. The aroma of roasting turkey and warm spices filled the house as Marcus bustled around the kitchen, wearing an apron that read, "World's Okayest Chef." Thanksgiving was only a few hours away, and he was determined to make it perfect, not just for the guests he had invited but for Amara. This was their first holiday together, and he wanted it to feel special, to feel like the start of something uniquely theirs. Amara sat at the kitchen table, carefully folding paper napkins into the shape of swans. She had found a tutorial online and insisted on contributing to the decorations. Beside her sat her trusty sketchpad, open to a drawing she had been working on, a colorful cornucopia surrounded by leaves. "How are the swans coming?" Marcus asked as he checked the oven. "They're okay," Amara replied, holding one up for inspection. Its head was slightly lopsided, but she looked at Marcus expectantly. He tilted his head and grinned. "Looks more like a penguin, but I love it." Amara laughed, setting it aside with the others. "You're not exactly Gordon Ramsay over there," she teased, nodding toward the stovetop where something was bubbling a little too aggressively. "Hey, watch it, kiddo," Marcus said, wagging a spoon at her. "You haven't even tasted my famous sweet potatoes yet." Amara rolled her eyes but secretly loved their banter. She had never experienced a Thanksgiving quite like this, one where she was part of the planning, the laughter, and the mess. In her previous foster homes, Thanksgiving had always been a formal affair, something she observed more than participated in. This felt different. This felt like family. As they worked, Marcus explained the traditions he remembered from his childhood. "We'd always watch the parade in the morning," he said, flipping through channels until he found the familiar floats and marching bands. "And my mom would make this terrible cranberry sauce from a can. My dad pretended to love it every year." Amara smirked. "Are you making that too?" "Absolutely not," Marcus said, feigning horror. "We're making the real stuff." The real stuff, as it turned out, was a sticky situation. Amara burst into laughter as Marcus accidentally splattered cranberry juice on his apron and the countertop. "World's Okayest Chef strikes again," she teased, handing him a paper towel. By mid-afternoon, the table was set with a mix of traditional and homemade decorations. Amara's swan penguin napkins took center stage, surrounded by candles and her cornucopia drawing, which Marcus had insisted on framing. Before the guests arrived, Marcus took a moment to sit with Amara on the couch. "How are you feeling about all this?" he asked. Amara shrugged, but there was a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. "It's fun. Different, but fun." Marcus smiled. "I'm glad. I want us to have our own traditions, you know? Things we can look forward to every year." Amara nodded, the weight of his words settling warmly in her chest. "Like what?" "Well," Marcus said, thinking for a moment, "we could make a rule that every year, the person who burns something has to wash all the dishes."
Do you know the US Solar Company's nasty little secret? It turns out if you live in Illinois, they have to give you solar panels for absolutely.
Amara grinned. "That's definitely going to be you." They both laughed, the sound filling the room like the first notes of a song they were learning to sing together. When the guests arrived, Marcus's friends Grace and Gerald, along with a few neighbors, Amara felt a little nervous but quickly found herself swept up in the warmth of their company. Everyone marveled at her decorations and her framed artwork, which Gerald declared a masterpiece worthy of the Smithsonian. During dinner, Marcus stood to give a short toast. He held up his glass of sparkling cider, looking around the table before his gaze landed on Amara. "This year, I'm thankful for a lot of things," he began. "Good friends, good food, but most of all, I'm thankful for Amara. She's brought something into my life I didn't even know I was missing, and I couldn't be prouder to call her my daughter." Amara's cheeks flushed, and she looked down at her plate, fighting back tears. The room erupted in cheers and clinking glasses, but all she could focus on was the feeling of belonging, a feeling she hadn't known she craved so deeply. After dinner, as the adults lingered over coffee and pie, Amara and Marcus sat on the floor with a giant puzzle. It was one of those 1,000-piece sets, and Amara was determined to finish it before the night ended. "This might be our new tradition," Marcus said, placing a piece in its spot. "Thanksgiving puzzles." Amara smiled, reaching for another piece. "As long as you don't cheat." "I would never," Marcus said, feigning indignation, but the mischievous look in his eyes told another story. When the last guest had gone and the house was quiet again, Marcus and Amara sat on the couch, tired but happy. The puzzle was half finished on the coffee table, and the faint smell of pie lingered in the air. "Today was good," Amara said softly, leaning her head against Marcus's arm. "It was," Marcus agreed. "And next year, it'll be even better." Amara looked up at him, her voice filled with certainty. "Next year, I'll make the cranberry sauce." Marcus laughed, wrapping an arm around her. "Deal." As the fire in the hearth crackled softly, Amara felt a warmth she hadn't expected, a sense of tradition, family, and a future she could finally look forward to. The idea came to her late one evening, as Amara sat at her desk, her sketchpad open but untouched. The room was quiet, save for the gentle hum of the heater and the soft scratching of a tree branch against the window. Her thoughts had been swirling all day, memories of her mother surfacing unexpectedly during art class when a song on the radio reminded her of Naomi's favorite tune. Amara stared at the blank page in front of her, unsure of how to process the flood of emotions. She wanted to say something, to someone, but didn't know how to begin. Then, almost instinctively, she reached for a fresh sheet of paper and began to write. "Dear Mom." The words came slowly at first, her pen hesitating over each stroke. But once they were on the page, the rest began to flow. "It feels strange writing this to you, knowing you'll never read it. But there are so many things I've wanted to tell you, and I don't know where else to put them." Amara paused, her heart racing as she read the words aloud in her mind. She set the pen down for a moment, gripping the edges of the paper as if steadying herself. "I miss you every day," she continued, her handwriting growing steadier. "For a long time, I didn't think I'd ever stop missing you so much it hurt. There were so many nights when I'd hug my teddy bear and pretend you were there, telling me everything was going to be okay." Her breath hitched, and she wiped a tear from her cheek. The act of putting her feelings into words felt both painful and freeing, like shedding a layer of armor she hadn't realized she was wearing. "But," she wrote, "something has changed. A lot has changed. I've met someone, Mom. His name is Marcus. He's my dad." Amara paused again, letting the weight of the statement settle on the page. It was the first time she had written those words, and seeing them made her heart ache in a way she hadn't expected. Not with sadness, but with an unfamiliar warmth. "He didn't know about me before," she continued, "but now that he does, he's here for me. He's kind and funny, and even though he's terrible at baking, he tries. He makes me feel like I belong, like I'm part of something bigger than myself. I think you'd like him." The room felt lighter somehow, as if writing to her mother was creating space for something new, something brighter. Amara's pen moved more confidently now. "I'm doing okay, Mom. Better than okay, actually. I have friends at school, and I'm even showing my drawings to people now. Remember how you always said I should be brave? I think I finally understand what you meant. Being brave doesn't mean you're not scared, it just means you try anyway. A small smile tugged at her lips as she imagined her mother's expression, proud and encouraging, as it always had been. I'll never stop missing you, she wrote, her pen slowing again, but I think I'm learning that it's okay to miss you and still be happy. Marcus says you'd be proud of me, and I think he's right. I hope he's right. Amara folded the letter carefully, holding it to her chest for a moment before placing it inside an envelope. She wrote "Mom" on the front in her neatest handwriting and set it on her nightstand, where her teddy bear sat, a silent guardian of her thoughts. The next morning, she brought the letter to Marcus. He was sitting at the kitchen table with his coffee and a crossword puzzle, his expression softening as he saw her approach. "Morning, kiddo," he said, setting the pen down. "What's up?" Amara hesitated, the letter clutched tightly in her hand. I wrote something. For Mom." Marcus's eyes widened slightly, and he nodded. "Do you want to share it with me?" She shook her head. "Not yet. But I was thinking maybe we could go to the cemetery. So I can leave it there." Marcus smiled gently. "Of course we can." Later that afternoon, they drove to the cemetery. The sky was a soft gray, the kind of overcast that made the world feel quiet and contemplative. Amara carried the letter in her pocket, her fingers brushing it every so often as if to reassure herself it was still there. When they reached Naomi's grave, Amara knelt down and placed the letter on the stone, weighing it down with a small rock. She traced the letters of her mother's name with her fingertips, her heart heavy but calm. "I hope you know," she whispered, "that I'm okay. That I'm safe. And that I'm happy." Marcus stood a few steps back, giving her space but ready to step in if she needed him. After a moment, Amara turned to him, her face serene despite the tears glistening in her eyes. "Thank you," she said softly. "For what?" Marcus asked, his voice filled with genuine curiosity. "For being here. For everything." He smiled, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Always." As they walked back to the car, Amara felt a lightness she hadn't known in years. The letter wasn't just a message to her mother, it was a way to let go of the guilt and pain she had been carrying, to make room for the love and happiness she was finally beginning to accept. For the first time, she felt like she was truly healing, and it was a feeling she knew her mother would be proud of. It was a quiet Sunday evening, the kind where the house felt warm and cozy against the chill outside. Marcus and Amara sat on the living room floor, a large calendar sprawled out between them, along with a pile of markers, sticky notes, and an open notebook. The fireplace crackled softly, casting a golden glow across the room as they planned what Amara had jokingly dubbed the Year of Us. "So," Marcus began, tapping the end of a marker against the calendar, "what's the first big thing we should plan for next year?" Amara chewed her lip thoughtfully, glancing at her sketchpad for inspiration. "I want to try out for the school art competition," she said, her voice steady but tinged with nervousness. "Mrs. Taylor said they're looking for students to submit work for a citywide exhibit." Marcus's eyes lit up. "That's fantastic. What kind of piece are you thinking about?" Amara shrugged, but her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Maybe something about family, like the stuff we've been doing together. But I don't know if it's good enough." Marcus leaned forward, his expression serious but kind. "Amara, you have an incredible talent. And if this competition is something you want to do, I'll be there every step of the way to help you prepare." Her smile widened, and she picked up a sticky note, scribbling "art exhibit" on it before sticking it to April on the calendar. "What about you?" she asked, looking at him. "Do you have any big plans?" Marcus grinned, leaning back against the couch. Well, I was thinking about signing up for that cooking class I keep hearing about. You know, finally learn how not to burn dinner. Amara laughed. Yes. Please do that. Your sweet potatoes need help. Hey. Marcus said, pretending to be offended. They're creatively crispy. They both laughed, and Marcus added cooking class to February. As the night went on, the calendar began to fill with colorful notes and doodles. Amara suggested a weekend trip to an art museum, and Marcus added a plan to visit the state park for a hiking and camping adventure. We'll bring marshmallows, he said. And this time, I promise not to set anything on fire. Amara raised an eyebrow. We'll see. One note, however, stood out. In bold letters, Amara wrote Family Day on the first Saturday of every month. We could do something special each time, she explained. Like games, movies, or even baking, as long as you don't burn the cookies. Marcus nodded, his chest tightening with emotion. I love that idea, he said. Family Day it is. Toward the end of the evening, Amara hesitated before speaking again. Can we, maybe visit Mom's grave more often next year? Marcus reached over, placing a hand on hers. Of course. Whenever you want. She smiled, relieved. Thanks. I think she'd like that. As they finished up, Marcus glanced at the calendar, now full of color and life. This is going to be a big year for us, he said. Lots of adventures, a few challenges, and a whole lot of memories. Amara nodded, her gaze drifting over their plans. It's weird, she admitted. For the first time, I'm actually excited about what's ahead. Like, I know it's going to be okay. Marcus smiled, pulling her into a side hug. It's not just going to be okay, Amara. It's going to be amazing. They sat there for a while, watching the fire flicker, the calendar serving as a symbol of everything they had built together and everything they had yet to experience. What do you think about this continuation of Amara and Marcus's story? Did you enjoy their plans for the future? Share your thoughts in the comments, we truly value your opinion. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel so you won't miss new stories filled with warmth, hope, and inspiration. Hit the notification bell to stay updated. Thank you for being with us.
Okay, y'all. So at the end of the day, I'm glad and grateful for the ones that actually stuck it through. Like literally, man. What y'all think about the story? Y'all can put it up in the comments, and everything else. Y'all let me know how y'all felt about the story, part 1 and part 2. And we can go from there, and then we're gonna move forward from that part. I am getting some reactions from Miss Tangela Sears. She said, wow. Yeah, it is. It's a lot. It's a lot when it had to do with that particular story. Miss Sexy let me know that she was still here at that time. TC, hey baby. You just making it in, Lord Jesus. What I done been through? I done been through 3 stories, child. I done been through 3 stories. Lord have mercy. I've been on here 4 hours and some change. Going on 4.5 hours, TC. I love you. Thank you for coming through. But at the end of the day, you're still right on time, baby. You're right on time because we getting ready to end this thing with a bang. We getting ready to end this thing with a bang. Believe it. Believe that right now. Right now, right now. You may have missed the rest of it, but you have not missed it all. This is the best part.
Section. Dear Lord Jesus, thank you for sharing with me your wonderful ministry of healing and deliverance. Thank you for healings that I have experienced today. I realize that the sickness of evil is more than my humanity can bear. So I ask you to cleanse me of any sadness, negative thinking, or despair that I may have picked up while interceding for others. If I have been tempted to anger, impatient, or lust, cleanse me of those temptations and replace them with your love, joy, and peace. If any evil spirit have attached themselves to me or oppressed me in any way, I command you, spirits of earth, fire, water, and the netherworld, or the evil forces of nature, to depart now and go straight to Jesus Christ for healing to deal with you as he wills. Come, Holy Spirit, renew me, fill me with your love, peace, and joy. Strengthen me where I feel weak and clothe me with your light. Fill me with your life. Lord Jesus, please send your holy angels to minister to me and protect me from all forms of sickness, harms, and accidents. I thank you and praise you, my Lord, King and God. Amen. If you're interested in this spiritual warfare prayer book, click the orange card below. If you're experiencing anything, any negative energy, or just need prayer, this will be the book for you. Have a blessed day.
Okay, y'all. So y'all know I gotta be petty. Y'all know I gotta be real petty at the end of the day. Y'all know we know already. We know God is good, baby. We know God is good. So, we had our prayer and everything. So at this point, y'all just let me know. This the last video, and it's just seconds. So y'all let me know what y'all feel about this one. Cause it tripped me out, child. The things they do in the church, child, it be the whole most. Lord, it ain't stop. It ain't go there.
Praise the Lord. Rashida, you doing too much. This is too much. This is too much what you're doing. So slow down. Get on the
I'm gonna let it repeat.
Do what you're supposed to do. This is praise and worship. No. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I don't mind. I don't care that it's live. I don't care that it's live. I don't care that it's live. No, I don't care that this is live. No, I don't care that this is live. I don't care that this is live. No, because I didn't forgive you. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Let everything, you're doing too much. That has breath. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Rashida, you doing too much. This is too much. This is too much what you're doing. So slow down. Get on the beat. Do what you're supposed to do. This is praise and worship. No. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. no, I don't care that this is live. No, I don't care that this is live. I don't care that this is live. No, because
child, not them getting into it in the church. In the church, child. Y'all know I always come with something at the end, baby. Towards the end, I will not. I rebuke any evil, any sadness, anything that's gonna disturb my spirit or y'all spirit. Cause baby, these folks out here are characters, hunty. They are characters. So baby, I had to share that with y'all. She said, praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord. She ain't, no, Rashida. Baby, she stopped her in her trap, baby. Don't do that. Don't do that. This ain't what we doing tonight. This is not what we doing. Lord have mercy. Baby, the church be off the chain, honey. The church is off the chain, baby. Yes, CC. She walked up like she was finna douche. She was about to bop Papa or something like, child, in the church. In the church, child. My God. Lord have mercy. So yes, baby, we definitely gonna always have a good old laugh at the end of the day, baby, because I know and I understand that me bringing the content that I bring to y'all, it could actually it triggers a lot of people. And I don't know what other folks go through and stuff like that, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, it's just the whole fact that, you know, I still want to bring a smile upon people's face and everybody else. Shelly Shell, I love you, baby. Thank you for coming through and showing some support to me. I really appreciate you. Yes, y'all. I just, man, I had to show that because it was like off the chain and it just made sense to me. It literally made sense to me. I'm like, we gotta put some laughter up in this. Like when things really be like, I understand that things can be a lot serious, you know, really just really serious, you know, when it got to do with the content that I bring, you know, towards y'all. So I want to bring prayer and laughter, you know, towards the end of it, you know, and man, be able to put a smile on y'all face at the end of the day. You know, I'm not a comedian. I'm not none of that stuff. Like, child, I sit up here and make my jokes and all this, that, and the third. And baby bad, like, look, I'm new to this stuff too. But at the same time, you know, it is what it is. But, hey, baby, if these videos can talk for me, hey, they're going to talk for me. And I'm going to use these videos to the best of my ability because, baby, these folks out here, even in the church, baby, you hear me? Even in the church, they be cutting up. I love y'all. Thank y'all so much for stopping through and coming by and supporting my channel. I really appreciate it. I'm about to get ready to get up out of here, y'all. I'm tired, like literally. I've been on here for 4.5 hours. I told y'all I was trying to get my little my little hours up there, y'all. So most definitely, I'm about to get ready and lay it down at this point, child. For real, it's Friday night, but Saturday morning. I'm over it. It has been past my bedtime, child. Been past my bedtime. It's time for me to lay my butt down. I'm about to give me something to eat. I shouldn't even be eating this time of night, but it is what it is. And I'm about to eat some shit that I have no business sitting up there eating. And it is what it is. But I'm going to eat and I'm going to sleep good. I love y'all. Thank you, Shelly Shell, for coming through and showing some love, baby. I didn't know if you was live or not or going live today, like seriously. But baby, at the end of the day, like, man, we both need to, start coming on live together. You know what I mean? Like, no matter what, please don't worry about if I'm live or you live and none of that stuff. Like, we both need to start, coming on live, whenever that we feel like we need to. You know what I mean? We both need to start, just building our pages up together. You know what I mean? Individually, together, however it is, like real talk. I appreciate you. I love you, and I'm gonna always support you, Shelly. Real talk. I love you genuinely. Real talk. Absolutely. You know what I mean? Like I'm like me and Shelly. We never really talked or nothing like that, but at the end of the day, what we do have in common without having a conversation with one another is when it got to do with our channels. What I realized is that me and Shelly is not people. We don't communicate. We're not people that communicate with the public. You know what I mean? Like, it's okay on the back end, it's the back end. Once I feel you out type of stuff, okay, it is what it is. I let you know what I want you to know or whatever it is. But as far as like actually publicly speaking, I get that. I get that from Shelly. You know what I mean? And I respect that because I'm the same way. And that's Shelly is. I'm letting you know this now because, like, real talk. That was one of the main reasons why I chose to start a page is because I wanted to be able to speak, more publicly. I wanted to challenge myself, with that. I know that I'm always a close-in person, you know what I mean? Like, I've always been that type of person. I don't like to share my feelings. I don't like to do none of that stuff. Like, I always kept to myself. So, actually having a platform and being able to share my feelings or doing whatever, communicating with the public is really a big challenge for me. So, man, big ups to you, sis. Big ups to you. And most definitely, hopefully, we both can get our platforms up going and we both can be able to motivate each other and continue to keep doing what we're doing and, just keep it steady so we both can be able to manifest, whatever it is that we actually want and whatever it is that we want to come from, this platform. Real talk. I love you. I love you wholeheartedly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. TC, I love you. Thank you to all my mods. Thank you to everybody that has joined us. Join me tonight. Thank you for everyone who have engaged, who have hit the like button, who has subscribed. All my new subscribers, I love you all. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you all. You all have a very, very, very safe, productive, and prosperous rest of the weekend. I love you. Good night.